Yo ho, all hands moving on. Sorry, nobody watching. Come on, people, come on. Let me double check the YouTube. There we go. Okay. Hey, Britta. I thought nobody was watching. I had to refresh my page, so sorry about that, guys. And continuing working on the General Lee. Got that putting the brush guard on. Got to fix the air cleaner so the hood gets set down all the way. And decals and antenna, and it's done. Hey, Lewis. Oh, you do not have a wrench. Let me double that. Heck, I'm muting myself for some odd reason. Okay. Hey, Ted. Amanda's in the background. I already know. I guess I'll have to send it again. I have to stick the entire card off. Okay. Hey, Steven. You know what? I'm gonna email Luce and Andrew real quick. We'll go black for a minute, but y'all will be fine. Alright, I am back. Just got done emailing Project O. Hey, Early Riser, a Michael Skill Modeling Garage. Hey, Jason. Hey, Marcy. Do I have any guests? Nope. We'll try this. Hey, Mark. It's finally Friday. Well, just dropped something, but I don't think anything broke. Scale modeling, Frankie B. I like it pretty well. For some odd reason. It's finally Friday. I'm free again. Got my motor running for a wild weekend. It's finally Friday. I'm out of control. Forget the working blues and let the good times roll. Nothing broke, but my motor's loose now. We will fix that. I'm missing something. There you go. I know I was missing something. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Y'all are more welcome to hop on. Hey, Daryl Hutchins. Hang on, whoever's backstage. I'm done with my carburetor. Trying to fix my air cleaner. Andrew!
Hey.
Okay. I sent an email. Whenever you can, check it. And hopefully, went through where y'all got to see it. Andrew.
Huh?
I just sent an email to you, buddy.
Okay.
I didn't send my address because I didn't know if it'll work or not. So I just like saying like hi, it was me, and then if y'all said, then I'll send my email or my address. I mean.
No, in greening.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Project O said in the chat, "Hey, I know that kid."
I know that kid.
How do you?
How you know that kid?
Marcy said, "I hope so, Dad." Oh, hey, Andrew, guess what?
Yeah.
Pizza for dinner?
No
Well,
muffin.
we better have pizza for the rest of us. If not, no more him hanging out with us. Sweet Ted. Nice, Ted. All right.
Where's Lem? Daughter's gone. We saw it go down. I'm sorry to hear that. He was one of the good guys. Yours for one of mine. Thought we could work things out. No, I just need Noah. It wasn't part of the deal. No. Beth James was in her, so I need him back. And please shut up. My officers put their lives on the line to find him. One of them died. Can't stay. He's one of mine. You have no claim on him. He wants to go home, so you have no claim on him. Well, then we don't have a deal. The deal is done. It is okay. No. No. It's not okay. It's settled. Wait. I need to be back. I get it now.
How's everybody doing in chat tonight? Alright, I got the air cleaner fixed. What should I do first? Hey, Fa Fa.
Hey, Papa.
What should I do first? Should I go ahead and put my decals on? Or should I go ahead and get my antenna made and put it on first? I know I got some wire around that'll be perfect for it. Hey, Bruce. Hi, Dad.
The fire truck.
Hey, Bruce. How you doing, Bruce? This week has went by fast for me. Some odd reason. Like spring break kind of drug for me, which was last week, and then this week's like went by kind of fast. Sure, you're not drunk yet, Jason? You having that many? Where is that?
Was that the last episode? I think so. I've been on 6 now. That's it, I'm on 6.
Nice.
I've been on 6.
Let me dig through parts box, see if I can find what I did with that special, that one type of
More.
hair I have. Oh yeah, dude.
I'm gonna come on.
We look not at what can be seen, we look at what cannot be seen. For what can be seen is temporary. For we know that if the earthly tent we live in is destroyed, we have
I'm dropping stuff. Welcome back, Kevin. Yes, puppy. Hey, Phil.
I want to tell you something. What's that? What you ate? Go ahead and play. What? What? What's happened after? Way it was always going to. So I didn't see anything except when I went facing water. What's going on?
There's a piece of wires around here somewhere. Still trying to find it.
There were always those stories on the radio. Happens 1,000 miles away.
Oh, did not hear the pop sound. Hey, Marcy.
Hey. And if this wind doesn't quit, you guys will have to find me in Oz. I'll be looking for Dorothy and the little people.
Today, had done with some flash flooding stuff. Like all this morning, all thing I heard on radio mainly was
Water everywhere.
It kept going like flood warnings, all that good.
Yeah, we had some rain. Now it's just windy.
Yeah,
And
I'm like,
Rob posted on Facebook his power's out.
I guess dig through our parts. Well, this other
Nancy not whining about it isn't going to change it. And Dixie's whining because she's scared of the wind, and the bird keeps telling the wind to shut up. Dixie, go lay down. It's fine. I know it's the end of the world. The sky is falling. Any retriever.
There's an alligator on a sprue. No, it's firm.
That's supposed to be an alligator.
Yeah, I guess maybe like a baby alligator.
Yeah.
I don't know what kid it is, but on the part that's on it has a little like roll bar and then a stake.
I have no idea.
I don't know either. I just know it's an older kid.
Yeah, this one's just afraid of everything, Kevin.
Animals just got their way of knowing things, I guess. Aha! I have found what I was looking for.
I know where my dinner is, Jeff. It's in the oven. And I'm not the one cooking it.
Nice. Of course, it needs to be straight. But do you think a piece of wire will work to make an antenna out of?
You'd probably be better off trying to stretch some sprue. That looks pretty thick. Do you have any thinner wire?
Got this copper.
Or maybe one of those really long straight pins with the ball on top? And then you can, if the ball isn't orange already, you can paint it orange and put a 76 on it for the gas station logo. It's hard to tell. Is that smaller?
I guess what I have to do is maybe just use the copper because last time I messed with this wire right here, I found it at school one day. I was going to try to use it for spark plug wires, and it didn't work out. And then I just put it somewhere, and I don't remember it being that thick. I thought it was thinner than what it was, or more flexible than it was. But this copper wire might have to do.
I'd try heating up some sprue and stretching it and see if you can make one first. And then if that's your only other thing that you got you can use, if the other doesn't work out, you can use that. Dixie Hush.
Like how big? Like a regular size one, or like one of the bigger pieces?
If you got anything like this, see this, any pins like that with the ball on it? I have a.
Hey, Mini Mike.
They're just regular straight pins, except the pin is really long. Or maybe a paper clip. That might be thinner.
Paper clip. I got a paper clip near me.
Is it smaller than the other wire? I don't know if you'd be able to get that straight enough.
Looks like just it might be just a hair bigger with the paper clip. Let's see. For an example, Marcy, Like this big piece of a sprue?
Well, if you have a longer length, you have more to
Well,
work
yeah,
with, you can
please,
stretch
but
it.
like I'm talking like the width of it, like not one
Yeah,
that's
well,
like that
you're
thick.
gonna heat it. You're gonna heat it up and pull it, so it's gonna get super, super thin. It takes some practice, but you can try it a couple times, and if you don't like how it turns out, then you can just keep trying other things.
I guess we'll try it with this one.
Yeah, any fairly long straight piece. You don't want any of those extra little nubs and things like that.
Sprue line around. So I've been saving it because I was going to do like something custom, like build like a rock, but like make the roll cage frame of the
Yeah,
sprue.
there's all kinds of stuff you can try to do with it. But if you can heat it up just enough to stretch it, it makes a nice thin piece to make an antenna.
What would be the best thing to grab the end of? Like maybe a pair of pliers.
And 2 small pairs of pliers or 2 pairs of tweezers. I mean, whatever you can, or you can just hold it in your hand because you're not going to have the heat anywhere near where your hands are.
Don't need to cut off the little nubs on it.
Yeah, I'd get rid of those. You want a straight piece. That may or may not work. Sometimes where those cross pieces are, it's a little bit weaker. And if you got a small candle, you need a consistent flame so that you can work it past it.
I got a torch.
No, that's too hot.
And I can put it on the low, like it's like one of them little small like bottle torches. It's a little small, I think like propane or like gas bottle or wherever, and you just press a button and you turn it on.
Yeah, that's too high a temperature.
I can put it on low and just have it stinking away from it. Because I don't have candles down here where I'm at. Because honestly, what I was going to do was get a piece of wire open, get a piece of wire, such I think like roughly what Dart said, around the pencil or wherever, because I was making course like the bottom of it. And then when I get to about one, I want to try to put it towards the center and then make it go out to however long I want. And then find something like maybe one of them like square pieces that are at the end of the tree sometimes. Cut like a section of use as the base of it.
Dixie Hush.
Time to get the pull out.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll find the video that I was telling you about. There's a guy that shows how he does it.
Yeah.
Share. Link.
I'm actually going to put an antenna on it.
Bet you can get a crash course in how to make an antenna there.
That'll be later.
Dixie Hush. Hey, Britta. Dixie. Screwy dog.
Okay, I got that trimmed up. Where's the torch? I'm going to use one of my helping hands to hold one end of it. Okay.
Yep, just take a quick look at that video and you'll see how he does it. And that's pretty much the way I do it. I don't have anything here that I can actually just do it and show you. Otherwise, I would.
All right.
Hey, Red and Bruce. And Phil. Yeah, Jonathan went to check out a video. He's trying to figure out how to make an antenna for his build, and I was giving him a bunch of ideas, and I sent him a clip to watch about stretch and sprue. Dixie, calm down. It's fine. I need to get this whiny retriever some kind of a storm jacket. Every time the wind blows, she has a fit. I'm watching Terrain Fixer dry, if that counts for anything, Red. Finally got the little base finished for my eggplant. He's back.
I don't have a candle. Plus thing, I got the torch. I don't have a handheld like last here.
I mean, since you've got the helping hands there, you might be able to do it with a regular lighter. You got a regular lighter?
Good. Okay, I got a lighter.
All right.
And judging from the video, it looks like we'll be taking a trip outside.
Yeah, it's kind of stinky. That's the only downfall. And it might take a little practice to get it right. A couple of tries at least.
That's a good thing I've saved multiple pieces of sprue.
Yep.
So if I fail, I got like 5 million other tries.
Yep. It took me a while to get it, but once you get it, you'll be doing it all the time.
Because I've gotten about
That's very true, Robert. But then there's some people that they can literally take a bunch of random plastic and glue and put it in a box and shake it, and miracles come out.
we're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
Taking the smelly project outside.
It's about to get real. Let's see. Windy, and I look up my road and it's dark. And fast moving clouds.
If it's super windy, is there some way that you can block the wind?
One thing I can think of is maybe my paint booth.
Yeah, you run the risk of catching that on fire, though. Maybe if you can get like it between you and what you're doing, can you be on the other side of it to block the wind at least? It's going to keep blowing a lighter out. You're not going to get nowhere. That's true, Red, but he's never tried it before, so it's better if he does it outside.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll text my dad and have him come down here, see what he says. So, give me a minute.
He doesn't have one, Jeff. We already went through this if you were paying attention.
My kitchen sink. I don't know. This is what I have. Pop off. I don't have candles until I don't mess with candles. I'll text my dad. I guess I'll wait for him to come down
See
here.
if he's got a better solution. You don't want to be doing it inside until you get the hang of it.
Because I'm sitting here debating on if I should wait to do my antenna first and get it put onto the car and then do my decals, or go ahead and do the decals and then put the antenna on last.
Yeah, when it comes to process, you definitely want to put the antenna on last, but you also want to have it ready when you need it. So
I guess I'll go ahead and do decals then. Last, okay.
yeah, I always put the little tiny things on the outside last, side mirrors, anything like that. That way you don't risk grabbing it the wrong way and breaking it.
Because I always do decals last. It's always the last thing I do. So I guess that's what we do. So I'm gonna get the decal.
Check the studio, make sure there isn't anybody back there waiting.
Oh.
It's not been given notifications lately.
Yeah, need to get on STS and run me some senior decals so I can get onto my one with my senior.
Yeah, I'm trying to finish up my little egg plane so that I can get to working on my senior build. I got my custom decals plus the ones that Brian and Kathy had made. And I'm also waiting for one that Jeff is getting made for the girls' van build.
The one I'm gonna get is the very first ones that was made that has like the whole like kiss my on it.
Yeah, I have that one. I'm gonna probably get the other ones too, just because one says Stacker's Garage and
That or unless somebody would like get a sheet for me and then we can trade like some decals for it if there's any decals a person might need. I mean, I got a bunch of decals that I probably won't use.
yeah, I put a couple of them on my little egg plane. I never do the egg planes like they're supposed to be done. They're a fun thing. You can do all kinds of stuff too. Like the one I did last year, I put googly eyes on it and a bunch of daisies. Painted it, I painted it proper military green, but then I put a bunch of whimsical crap on it.
Don't you hate when stuff falls over all the time? I hate that. Or falls off to your workbench. Well, in my case, a table.
Yeah, I dropped a bunch of stuff last night. I had to go fishing around my table to find it. It's a small container with a bunch of little tiny bits and pieces from Warhammer stuff that I had to put over in my supply drawer. I've got one of those little cabinets with the little drawers in it,
Because
little
the
like
main,
3 inch by 2 inch sliding drawers, and I keep all my little hearts in there. And I just happened to put those away, and they got knocked all over.
because the main thing that falls off my table is either parts or the hobby knife.
I use a scalpel, so I don't have that roll away problem with a knife. Mine's flat.
I try not to think about everything. Is that what you're saying?
And the blades themselves are actually cheaper because you can get them by the hundreds or thousands, and they're not hobby specific. You know how a lot of the hobby specific stuff is really expensive.
Yeah, last time when I went to Hobby Lobby this past time, I picked up some more blades for my hobby knife.
Yeah, I got my blades on Amazon. The
Ew.
handle I've had a while. I don't remember when I bought that. But
I
scalpel blades, I get them by you get 100 of them. They're less than $10.
bet that hurt Red. Oh gosh. Right.
Ouch. Yeah, the first time my hobby knife rolled off the table without the cap on it, I'm like, yeah, no, we're done here. I went out and got a scalpel. I've already done enough to my feet. I don't need to be jabbing holes in them with my tools.
I wonder how old this is. I think this lighter's old, judging from the barcode that's on the side of it. I mean, it's like brown looking and partially torn away. I mean, you can't
Does
even
it
read.
have a child safety switch on it? Or is it just a regular flick?
Yeah, it's the flick.
Yeah, it's probably an older one. Oh yeah, it sounds like it's been around a while.
I mean, I just had it lit. So, oh, there we go. Got it.
Sounds like one of those ones that had the safety in it and somebody pulled it apart and took it out.
I mean, like. Old and still got some fuel in it. and I haven't messed much either. I mean, I think recently I just learned how much to do it. Ugh.
Ow.
I think that's
Ow.
more than ow, more like scream bloody murder. Well, let's see. I will have a extra General Lee license plate because the rest of the decal sheet is I got a 01 General Lee, 2 flags, and a square, and it's all in white. So I don't know if that's actually a decal or not, or it's already been taken off or something. I don't know. There will be only one difference between the decals on between my General Lees. The one I'm building will have the flags on the trunk. Like
Yeah,
it.
I got 2 of the older kits, and I got the flags and replacement decals from STS. The ones that were in the kit, they're too old. One of these days I'll get around to building it. One of my favorite old TV shows. I would love that car.
Surprised anybody else hasn't hopped on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where is everybody? I know Ted's on his way home from work.
Hey, Bob. And Andrew, he popped out for some reason.
Yeah, he was eating and then he disappeared. He didn't say he was leaving. So I don't know. Maybe his dad finally got home because his dad was headed home.
No.
Hey, Bob.
Alright. Alright, time to get the coffee pot running.
That sure already has been.
Yeah.
It's always coffee time, Jonathan.
Hey, Pappy. Well, the coffee pot where I'm at is the only source of warm water I have down here because my grandpa's house, there's no water because the water, well, it's on, but where it comes up into the house, it's cut off and blocked off because there's a pipe cracked in the behind the shower wall, so it hasn't been fixed, and so we have no water in that house itself, but in the cellar there's water.
Yeah.
So I have no way.
Gotta get that fixed.
Yeah, and this is the house I'm gonna move into when I move out. And it's only just a 5-room house: living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom.
Yeah, got more than you need.
hmm I mean, nobody's lived in this house for 11 years.
Yeah. Need to fix it up and use it. No sense in it just
Yeah,
sitting there.
needs a new ceiling in the living room because years ago there used to be a wood burner stove in the living room and it had a little chimney. Well, the chimney's still there, but the wood burner stove is long gone. Well, I guess around the chimney, water got in and made the ceiling tiles wet.
Yeah.
And
You're
some.
probably going to have the roof checked out before you do any of that other interior work. Make sure the structure itself is actually solid.
Yeah, my
You don't
dad's.
want to spend money to fix up anything inside and then have water damage it.
And then
Yeah, place that size. You could do a lot with that. You could have a proper modeling room with shelves and everything. You could build it. Got a bare room to start with. You can do whatever you want.
and then my dad's gonna try to get a roof on it this year. Wanna go from shingles to metal.
I mean, if it was me, I'd put the wood burning stove back in. I love old school stuff.
I think still have it sitting in a garage in an old building that's about ready to collapse.
Yeah, if it's salvageable, you best get it out of there.
Because right now there's a little small gas stove in there, where in place of it, we got a propane tank nearby. So
Goofy bird is over here talking to his apple.
hey,
Telling
but
you it's a good apple. Something like that, eh, Peppy?
what would be the best way to stretch this without being shielded from the wind? So I've learned basically like to make antennas is you sit here and you heat up like a candle or a lighter, and then once it starts to bend, heat up a little bit more, and then you sit here and you pull it, and it'll get thin, might snap, then you catch the ends on fire, then you get together, and then once they're together, you set your pull again, it'll be a long span, and then it's better, or just pull until it snaps.
Where's the deserter box at? I think it was an antenna in there.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the same type. There's an antenna somewhere. Where's that box at?
Well, if you got something in there that'll work, you can always try the other thing on a day when it's not so windy. That way, once you're comfortable doing it, then you'll be able to safely do it inside. No, Peppy, I'm good. That was seriously too funny.
I think for sure I've seen one in here. So.
Butch, I would be extremely careful with specifically the word remodification. You might want to speak to an attorney and have all the fine details explained to you, because you literally can sign your life away. Currently not making anything. I'm watching Terrain Fixer and Paint Dry.
I'm sitting here building the General D. This 1969 Dodge Charger with the rebel flag on the hood and 01 on the side. And it says General Lee on the roof. From the TV show Dukes of Hazzard. I'm building another one. Just need to put decals on, and I'm going to put an antenna on this one. That's what I'm building. Yeet. Hi, Kern. I'll just answer this question, but that's fine. I am building a 1969 Dodge Charger that is known as the General Lee. Yeah, I know. It has a rebel flag on top. It says General Lee on the roof and 01 on the side. from the TV show Dukes of Hazzard back in the 80s. I am building another one because what I just showed was my first one. Get ready to put the decals on it and add an antenna. So hopefully that answers your question, Kieran. It looks like it moves. Well, thank you. Hey, Mark Reynolds. Okay, that's cool, Yeet. If you want, hit the subscribe button and watch my videos because I have a bunch of videos on auto building. No, they are not. At least I don't think so. I think there's just people randomly scrolling YouTube and they seen a live stream and clicked on it. But if they
Who
say
knows? Maybe we'll convert one of them, huh?
yeah. The more modules there are, the better.
Exactly. And if you got crappy weather and you can't go hang out with your buddies outside, you can hang out on the internet and build models.
Yeah.
But if you've got good weather, you should be playing outside.
But people in the chat will take care of it. They will take care of anybody. Yeah, so I'm missing parts.
Yeah, it's all good till you knock the box off your desk. What part of the UK? You've got a lot of friends that come and go in the live streams that are from your end of the pond. I'll be right back. I gotta go clean out this nasty paint pot.
Staffordshire, it's like the Midwest. Okay. I'll be right back and we'll go find like an antenna from another model kit and see how well that work. If not, I'm just going to make my own. Gotta grab the light. Hey, we got a guest. Bob.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, Bob. Yep, we have to make my antenna.
Still working on the generally.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish it up. End up finding this. My dad said one of his buddies did this in school and gave it to him. They try basically making it generally as a drag car. And hood's cut, and it has a small block Chevy in it. Hey, Mini Mike.
Hey guys, I don't have the rest of the room finished up. I'm doing a bunch of cleaning, so y'all can't see the rest of the room. But I'll let you look at the Hudson while I chat with you. There you go. You can see that. I got some stuff reorganized in my room. Looks like somebody came in and took a bag of popcorn and just shook it upside down and scattered it everywhere. Everybody having a good Friday afternoon?
So far, I had to take Mom shopping today. That was always fun.
Well, it's all right as long as Mom's buying. If Mom's not
She needed
buying, then
groceries.
just
She
groceries.
keeps buying the same crap over and over again. She's got like 15 boxes of Raisin Bran in her pantry.
I can't say nothing, man. Every time I go to the store, if my girl's working or whatever, and I know it's a fend for myself night, I'll buy one of four things. Fried chicken from Publix is top of the list. I love fried chicken from Publix. And if it ain't that, they make this stuffed cabbage thing like it's in a, you basically just heat it up. And I get that's my second, or frozen country fried steaks and frozen mashed potatoes. That's like the four things again. Every time I go in there, I'm like, I'm getting something different, but I never do.
Well, she has dementia. She keeps and she doesn't remember what she's got, and she buys the same. Sometimes she goes in, she buys the same stuff.
I guess that's definitely different, but I
So
hate to hear
even
that.
though there's 25 cans of tomato soup in her pantry, she buys
She's got to have twins
4 cans of
soup.
tomato soup. And if you tell her, Mom, you've got plenty of soup, then she gets pissed off. So you just end up. About once every other month, I go through her pantry and collect stuff up and take it to the food pantry because
Right.
otherwise she'd have 200 cans of Campbell's tomato soup in her pantry.
Well,
You can never have too much tomato soup, Bob.
Well, you can when she doesn't eat it. She just buys it. She doesn't eat it.
I'm
She'll
either
have like one
blessed.
candle every 2 months, and she'll buy five every week if I let her.
I don't know if I'm blessed or if I'm punished, but I have a mid-20s-year-old pothead that lives in the house. So if anything lays out too long, it gets eaten. It's gone, right? So
That's the nice part about marijuana, man. Once you get
right,
high, it don't matter what it is. It's edible.
right. I call it the roaches. My girl prefers to refer to her son as a mouse, but I call it the roach. The problem is if I buy 12 chicken patties and I'm thinking, okay, I'll eat this on Tuesday and then eat it on Thursday again. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
you
nothing.
look in
There's
there the,
nothing.
the next night they're gone.
Yeah, you go back Thursday thinking I don't have to stop at the store. It's not so much that they ate the food. He's got other stuff to eat, but yeah, but she's like, I'm gonna have those chicken patties. I don't have to stop at the store. You get to the house, right? You get your shoes off and you're gonna cook dinner and like, shit. Where's my chicken patties? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know they were yours. I'll pay you
There's my
back.
refrigerator,
I'm like, if you
buddy.
ever paid me back the groceries that you owed me, I'd never have to worry about buying groceries again.
Yeah,
But,
I would
so
definitely be having a talk with that gentleman.
it
That
doesn't
would
do any
not
good.
be
It doesn't
happening.
do any good. It doesn't do any good. You can't be mad at him. It's not his fault. Is what I'm told.
Nah,
Is what I'm
bullshit.
told. If it's in the
Bullshit.
refrigerator, it's free game. Okay. Okay.
No,
Well, if that's
no.
the
If
rule, then that's
within
the rule.
reason,
That is the rule. That
yes.
is the rule.
But you do
That is the
not
rule.
eat every single thing and then say you're gonna make up for it later and not make up
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, like I told him, I said, he told the last time when he drank. Oh no, he got
I, I
upset
got
because
I got
I
three
moved
words
I
for the
moved his
boy.
Red Bull. I moved
Mike,
his
I
Red
got
Bull
three
from one
words
part of the
for him.
refrigerator to the other part of the refrigerator. He thought I drank it, so he woke his mom up. Mike drank my Red
Yeah.
Bull. I'm like, no, I
Again,
didn't. I
I
just
have
moved
three
it.
words for this young man. Get a job.
He does have a job. He
Then
does have a
why is he
job.
eating up all your shit and not replacing it?
Because apparently if it's in the refrigerator, it's free game. Okay.
No,
Best part about it.
that's not
Guess
how
what
that
his
works.
job is? Guess what his job is? Legally separate seeds and stems from marijuana. This kid has got the
That's
perfect job
okay.
for
That's
him.
a job. That's
It's
a
a job.
job.
I ain't mad at him.
It's a
I
damn
think it's
good
funny.
job if you can get it, actually. They pay pretty
Yeah,
good here for that.
maybe there he's getting like minimum wage here, but he's happy at his work, and we all know that it don't matter what you like to do. It's if you're having fun doing it, then that's what it's all about.
You know, if I could have got paid for that back in my days, I wouldn't be a poor boy today.
Well, he told me
Really,
back
he
then
did it for hours on end for free.
he's up to like
For
3 pounds a
decades on
day.
end.
He does like he separates like 3 pounds a day. He's like in the top percentage of the people that work where he works as far as
Oh
doing what
fuck,
he
dude!
does.
If I got
He's
paid by
doing good.
quota, I could do probably about 5 pounds a day, no problem, and still have another 12 hours of my day left.
Yeah, but if it's a situation where he's his own best customer when it comes to that stuff, and
No.
what
He yeah, it's
he's
professional.
flagging on
Yeah
basic house responsibilities. He
yeah
can't
he
just
can't take
literally
any of
clean
that
the
stuff
fridge
out of
out.
there.
No,
I
he
used
can't.
to
But what I'm
share the
saying is,
stems and
at
seeds with the
home,
bags I sold. You know, if
Oh
you
no, he'll
wanted
spend
some,
his
you were
money on
welcome
that
to.
as opposed to buying groceries for sure. He doesn't have to buy groceries. His mother takes care of that for him. So
yeah. Well, I need to
I know,
talk to
but
this woman
that's her world, not mine. So.
because my soon-to-be 25-year-old pothead that lives in the back of my house pays his own way, and he's going to school.
Well, see,
So
nothing wrong with that. He does exactly what his mother lets him do, and her house, her rules. But it's funny though because I'm like I call him a roach, and his mother calls him a mouse. I'm like, no, this some bitch is a roach. She eats all my shit.
no, he's definitely a rodent. He's consuming everything in his path.
I can say an awful lot about an addict. I've been one. I am one. I'll remain one the
Yeah,
rest of my life.
as a person who drank entirely too much and still doesn't like to use the word addict, but really should use the word addict. Once you're an addict, you're always an addict. I mean, I can still look at alcohol and think, boy, would I really like to have that? But
Well,
yeah, it's not.
there are
It doesn't
some
do me any
things
good. If I go back to
There,
drinking, then I don't get to buy model parts or model stuff. And everybody knows I like to buy empty boxes of models, so that's what I do.
there are certain things about the term or definition or identification of the term addict that once you get to grips with it, you realize that you don't control it, rather you like it or not. It has a life of its own, a power of its own, an ability of its own outside of you.
Yes, it does. But if you truly want to stop doing it, you'll find a way. That's
No,
all.
and see, this is the thing. It doesn't give a fuck what you want. It
Yeah, but you're
doesn't.
still in charge of you. You're still in charge of you. I agree with both of y'all. That's why I have trouble calling myself an addict because I wouldn't give up like paying the bills to have alcohol, but I
So
would
only
piss away.
buying 5 colors of paint would have been suffice instead of 5 walls of paint.
No, back then I would have traded and then did trade the paint for alcohol, but my bills were paid. You know what
Well,
I'm
see,
saying?
that's the thing with addiction. It's not drug or alcohol. It's addiction. Period.
And mine won't kill me. Fills up rooms nicely though.
That's like I say. I agree with y'all. A true addiction, a person,
It don't matter if it's a
alcohol. I'm
woman
okay with
buying
the word
shoes or
alcoholic. I
clothes or
feel like I
getting a
was an
shopping
alcoholic, but
fix or sex or
yeah,
greed or workaholics. It don't matter what it is. It's not just drug or alcohol at
right. You,
all.
you agree? Yeah,
Nope.
caffeine. If you can't go without caffeine, you're addicted. If you can't go without nicotine, you're addicted. In fact, the two most abused drugs on the
Ah,
planet
who's
are
beeping?
caffeine and nicotine.
Well, see, that doesn't even make a difference either, because even if you can go without it, doesn't mean you're not addicted.
So that
Well,
means
yeah. I guess, yeah, by definition, because I guess you're right about that. Because if you're
After
trying to
20
give it
years
up,
in the 12-step program, understanding what addiction is and how it works, yeah, even to this day, I have zero power over it. Period. It can wipe me out and
Who
throw
is
me on my
beeping?
ass faster than I can do anything to it. Anything.
Yes, it
yeah,
can if you allow it.
yeah, you're
No,
right. You
even
still,
if I don't allow it and do
see
everything
that.
in my power to keep it from happening, it can still wipe me out instantly.
That's where you and I would disagree because I feel like you can control it if you choose to.
Well, see, this
But
is the
I've never
thing.
been drug addicted either, and I understand that's completely
This
different.
this is the thing. As a drug addict, I got out of the drugs, and it shifted to Hot Wheels. Then it shifted from Hot Wheels to something else, and then to something else, and then to something else. Nothing fucking changed with the addiction. Nothing, other than what I focused on.
addiction to a model building.
If you told me I had $20 a month I can buy paint with, I'd spend 22, 24, 28, $400 a month. You know, that's addiction. It don't give no shit whatsoever.
Who is beeping?
I am. I'm sorry. I'm taking pictures.
Oh, it didn't sound like your camera. Usually that doesn't.
It's a timer. I use a really long aperture setting,
Yeah, I know. It
so I
makes
got the
some
beeper
great
that says
pictures, but
"Don't touch."
I've never had it be that prominent
So,
before. That's odd.
so I got it set
Did you
on a
change
2
your
second
microphone or
timer.
something?
Do what?
Did you get a new microphone or something?
No.
It just seems like it's much louder than it normally is. It's weird. Okay. Yeah. I
Yep.
know it's not me because my ears are just as broken as they always are.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. So it
So
beeps 2 seconds before it starts taking the shot to "Don't touch."
Yeah, so you can
Don't
make sure the
wiggle.
camera is stable. My photo artist buddy that comes over, he's
Yeah,
got
they were.
the little pin button thing that he can push to click the button, because even if he hits the button on the camera, it'll wiggle the stand, and if it's not solid, the picture blurs. So he has the little button, so it's dead stable. He clicks the little button in his finger, and it takes the picture, and then he can touch the camera.
so I went to Hobby Lobby today and I bought a Fiskus circle cutter. Never have owned a circle cutter in my life. but I thought it'd be perfect for like the two-toning rims, like the rims that are all one piece, and you want to do the center a different color, like I did on the Hudson. So I thought, well, I could just cut out a piece of masking tape and put it in there, and then paint the outside one color. This thing is pretty cool. You can actually cut circles with it. How about that?
Thanks,
That's
Greg.
what it's
It does what
supposed to
it's designed
do.
to do. Isn't that
It
weird?
does what it says on the tin, like I told you it
Right?
would.
That's what it does. What it's designed to do. That's weird.
I'm amazed there's no false advertising.
Right?
At least not with that
It's
particular product.
it's not cutting the circles for me. I need a new one.
Yeah, it's just a tool that makes me do it. Dang it.
Right? It's pretty cool. Though. Problem is, if I ever do a 14-inch rim, I'm in trouble because it ain't going that small. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
We'll be right here.
The general relief.
So, Jonathan, you have a good week at school?
Yeah, Dazen, just not a big fan of today.
It's school, right? School's always so much fun. You look so forward to going to school every morning.
Correction, prison.
Let me tell you what, you're probably going to listen just about as well as I did. But let me tell you what a grown man told me when I was your age, or at least in school. I don't know if I was your age or not, when I was in school. He said, school is the best job you'll ever have. And by that, he meant, as long as you're in school, your parents are going to keep a roof over your head and keep food in your belly. And I thought he was crazy. I couldn't wait to be an adult. Yeah. Could I go back? I would love to go back and do that crap over again.
It's kind of like when you thought getting your driver's license was the coolest thing ever, and then you're taking your sister to school, and you're going to the grocery store, and you become the gopher.
Yeah, you become
Can
what
I
they
get a
now call
ride?
Uber drivers. There was no such thing as an Uber driver back in my day,
Yeah,
but
yeah, you become the family Uber.
That's why they need to talk about boundaries, not just ones that I put out there for other people, but ones that I myself won't cross.
Yeah.
I've learned that there are certain things, like I used to do meetings every Friday night, no matter what, for 18 years. And my boundary was I don't give a fuck who it is or how important it is. If it's a Friday, I ain't helping nobody until after my meeting is over. And the one day this girl called me up and she was like, I need to go to the store and get groceries. It'll only take like 5 minutes to run in, get my shit, and get out. 4 hours fucking later, I kicked her out of my car, had the groceries in my car, and I left and went to my meeting. I came back after the meeting and dropped off the fucking groceries, and she was fucking livid. And I had told her time and time again, you make me late, you're fucked. And I never once helped her again from that day forward.
She probably didn't ask for your help after that. She's like, he's going to take my groceries again.
Well, I told her flat out, you fucked me over on this, and I will fucking drop you faster than a lead balloon, man. That's a boundary I had set for many, many, many fucking years. And then it got to that point where I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm not doing it. Not even happening. You could be freaking dying and need to go to the hospital. Well, I'll call an ambulance for you, but I ain't taking your ass. Fuck that.
Well, we all have to have our own code. And you're right. You got a set of rules that you live by, and you got to live by your own rules.
Yeah, if you got true friends, they respect that. And if they're not true friends, they try to abuse that. And that's not a true friend. I'd rather not have them. I'm not losing anything.
Yeah, your true friends should definitely support you. I can relate to that. When I started my business, everybody was like, "Hey, man, can I get this on a deal? Can I get that on a deal?" And then I read a meme somewhere and it made sense to me. If your true friend, if there's really a true friend and you're a business owner, especially one starting, I forget the exact verbiage, but the long and short, the gist of it was that person should not only not ask for a discount, but want to pay full price to help you and support you to move forward and be better.
Damn straight.
But they didn't want to hear that. They wanted, oh, you can get access to this and that, and I
Oh,
can
so you're
save
not going to
money.
treat me like a friend?
Yeah,
Well, if that's
exactly.
what being a friend is, then you're not a friend anyway. So yeah, that's exactly how I'm going to treat you.
I mean,
It took me a long time to figure that out, but it's very true.
What's up, Chuck?
hey Chuck. I mean, if I was gonna do that, I would do it like as a joke. Like, hey, can I get that discount? You do it as a joke, not really.
Well, I mean, there's a difference if you don't have the money, or if you're in a pickle. But not the first thing out of your mouth when they call you and they haven't spoke to you in 6 months, and the first words out of their mouth is, "Hey, my Jeep's broke. Can you give me a deal on blah blah blah?" Not, "Hey, how you doing? Sorry, I hadn't called you." Just straight up, "I need a deal." That's not a
Oh, you
friend.
charge $85 an hour for mechanic work? Can I get it for 50 an hour, or just get you to do my brakes for me for $50? Yeah, no, no.
Yeah, that's kind of not how it works.
Right? I mean, it's really odd with my mom. I do most of the construction work around here, but I tell her, I said, if my stepdad is home, absolutely not going to do it because he doesn't even deserve to hold a freaking tape measure, let alone have any say in a construction zone. He doesn't know any of it, and I've had 30 years of experience in the thing, right? So when we were doing like the flooring and stuff, she's like, "Oh, you can do it. It's your room and board." Da da da. I'm like, "Do me a favor though. Ask somebody to give you a price quote on how much it would cost to put the floors in the house, so you know how much you're fucking paying me to do this shit."
My room and board will be covered for the next 10 years.
Well, yeah, probably about $4,000 worth of work putting in them floors. But she wants to make it sound like it's only $100, $200. If you can get a friend to do that for $200 and I don't have to do it,
I'll pay
I'll
him the
pay it.
200.
I'll
I'll
fucking
pay.
pay it.
I'll pay.
Yeah, you're looking at way more than that, and none of that financial part matters to her because she's never called to get a quote on how to do something, right? So she's never had to pay a contractor's prices to get a job done.
Yeah, I guess I could say that. We just chill, hang out here, talk about whatever, model building, learn some tips and tricks that.
If I sound a bit edgy, I kind of am. Had an attitude running through my head the last few days.
We do tend to chase rabbits every once in a while, but yes, it is supposed to be about models and not the other. So my apologies for taking part in chasing the rabbits there.
Well, if that freaking rabbit wasn't so fast, it wouldn't be so hard. It wouldn't take so long.
Right? We could focus on other things if we weren't chasing rabbits.
Oh, by the way, Mike, I got your shop card, and I did it. Shout out on the egg plane build video that I put up this morning.
Oh, cool! I'll be looking for it, but I'm glad you got it. That's the most important thing. You got
And don't
your
forget
kiss
yours.
my
And
ass stickers were in there.
yeah,
Cool, cool, cool,
and
cool.
I
What do you think
got
of those?
they're cool.
Yeah, my buddy. Basically, I just sent him a picture of, I think it was Fred or it might have been Brian. One of them posted it up with that Carhartt hat on and his beard was all trimmed. I just sent him that picture and told him, I said, "This guy says kiss my ass all the time." So that's what he sent back as a proof. I'm like, print them, print them.
Yeah, my new shop cards will be here. They're supposed to be here next Friday, so I'll send you out as soon as they get
Sweet,
here.
sweet, 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 cool.
You'll get my last old one and my first new one, or second new one. I promised the first new one to Andrew.
Yeah, I'll be happy to have the second one. I was talking to Jason Hanscom today, and he was looking for a kit that I had, and we worked out a little deal. And he's like, "Well, what can I, you trying to sweeten the pot or whatever?" And I said, "Well, did you see my video that I did of the shop?" And he was like, "Yeah, man," because I was answering his basically what was his challenge. And he was like, "Yeah, that's great." I said, "Did you see the very first part?" And he's like, "Yeah, where you showed your shop cards." I said, "Guess whose shop card wasn't on there? Because he hasn't had them like the whole time I've known him." I'm like, "Listen, if you don't send me a shop card, and I'm sending you this kit or whatever. So I'm going to tell the whole world that you reneged on your deal and did me dirty. And he was like, all right. I'll get you a shop card. I'm like, cool.
Hell, even I got a Jimmy Ledford shop card.
Did you?
No, I
I
just
don't.
held up a piece of paper and said it was from Jimmy.
I
Because
don't
me
think
and
I
him
have
made a
it.
trade deal and he doesn't have shop cards, so I just held up a blank piece of paper. I got one from Jimmy.
That's all right. Little Jimmy sent me his, quote unquote shop card, which is basically well, not basically,
A Mountain
literally
Dew can.
an empty Mountain Dew can. So
Yeah.
I made sure to post it up in the video, and he didn't even react to it. Didn't even see it. Well, I'm guessing he
Yeah,
didn't
see
watch
how
the
he is.
video yet. See how
See
he
how
is?
he is.
Name streets after him. Call him One Way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'd prefer to call most people an acquaintance. At least they're not stuck to the rules and gentlemen agreements of friendship.
Right.
Keep my expectations low so my disappointment doesn't rise too high. What's a good reddish color that goes with a bright freaking cherry red?
Bright cherry. I would think a lighter red. You don't want to go darker than cherry. That'd be pretty deep.
Well, it's like apple red, bright red, whatever. It's your base like primary color red. That's on the body right now.
All right, so that's your large color. Your dominant color is the apple red.
Yeah, 95%, 97% of the body is just gonna be pure red, along
And
with chrome or
you're
whatever.
looking for a contrast red
Well, I don't know
to
if you've ever seen satin nickel. It's not quite just silver. It's got a little
right.
bit of champagne pewterish look to it.
Okay, you're right. I haven't seen that.
But it's kind of a soft silver. It's not like a. I mean, if you, I like my exhaust is the nickel, and my gas tank is actual painted silver, and you could seriously see the difference between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But my interior on this car is completely satin nickel, and I'm debating which parts of the seats and the outline detail color I want to do. But I don't think the bright red is the right color for the interior. And I don't really want to introduce a third color, so I'd like to stay in the red or in the charcoal colors, somewhere in there, one of those two.
You could. I mean, just I'm sitting here at my workstation looking at all the different Tamiyas that I have up here. Maybe a burnt red. But the burnt red's kind of a brown. I think that would definitely be a third color as I'm making air quotes.
Well, I'm
Uh,
thinking maybe a burgundy would be kind of nice. It's a
yeah,
little
burgundy would be
deeper
cool.
tone because the body is bright, the interior is really light. It needs something to kind of tone things down.
What about a
Whereas,
flat? Maybe just a regular red, but a flat red that kind of gives it contrast, but it isn't, one end of the spectrum to the other.
I would do that if I had a flat red. I don't know if I
Okay.
do. I might, but it's not in my normal
Right.
carousel of
I get
paints.
you. I get you.
I got like 3 different boxes full of paint that have been
And
like
that's the one you don't
extras.
have.
Yeah, well, yeah, I got like 40 blacks and 75 silvers and
Right,
yellows galore, and the colors you never really use or you always use.
right.
And
Right.
my carousel, they're all 2/3, 3/4 full, so I ain't gonna room for them. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I would say maybe because you don't want. I get what you're saying. You got the contrast with the dull silver, for lack of a better term. So you got the contrast you're looking for. You just need like a transition. You don't need a
Yep.
contrast color. You need a transition color. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We've
like the
got
door panels, they got that chrome trim around everything, where like the door handle and armrest, there's a square that goes around all of that. And then on the bottom, there's a piece of a carpet on the door.
Mhm.
Because this is a 66, I believe it would be carpet. So That's why I was thinking maybe in the burgundy it would kind of pull the
Yeah,
carpet
yeah.
color.
If especially if you got it already, then that would be a gimme if you had it already.
Well, with the burgundy, I can mix a little red and blue. That's
Yeah,
not a
true.
big deal.
True.
Or red and brown, anything to kind of tone down the red. That's...
The problem that you would have is taking the red and trying to turn it into a flat. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I mean, they make
making a
those.
flat
They
one.
make. Yeah, that'd be tough.
Yeet, I have a candy lime green model I painted. It's a 84 Cadillac lowrider. Built it back
Nice.
last September. It's about the only, I think, candy color I used.
Well, I've definitely used some what I would call candy. It's got a charcoal or a silver metal flake base and then a transparent over it, which to me is what candy is. It's kind of transparent, you know. But none of the paint I've ever used has ever had the name candy. Well, I take that back. There was a spray paint I had at one time that was candy apple red, but it wasn't candy color.
Does them flags need adjusted or are they fine?
Well, they're fine. Except
Okay.
ain't that where the antenna goes?
Yeah, it'll go like here on top of the trunk right there, because it was in that part through here. That's not part of
So
the.
I don't mean to interrupt, guys, but I'm going to step off for a while. I'll probably be in the chat, but I've got some more cleaning to do, and I'm getting distracted watching and listening to y'all. So I'm going to step off for a little while. If you're on a little bit later, I'll come back and see
All right.
what's
See you
going
later,
on.
Mike.
All right, night, y'all.
See how we are later, Mike.
Later, Mike.
I was shooting the video for the 55.
I will admit, I usually have a piece of candy in my mouth when I'm painting. So is that candy paint?
Yes. Well, it is now.
I mean, technically, it's candy and paint. Just remove the and. It's candy paint.
Paint that is candy.
I've never really tried to eat it, and I don't really want to.
Yeah, I
I
guess
mean,
it's
even when the bottle says non-toxic, I'm not really confident in that.
I can tell you that Vallejo tastes better than Tamiya. We'll leave it at that.
Okay, all right, that's good to know.
Yeah. Just need that fine tip on the brush, and then your mouth and your tongue is the only thing that's going to get it.
Hey, Kevin's wanting you to show off your 55.
Go watch the video.
What?
Kevin's wanting you to show off the 55.
Yeah, the final video. I just now shot it like this second, so I'll edit it tonight, and it'll probably be up tomorrow or Sunday. But yeah, it's all done.
She's sexy. I totally dig it.
Nice.
So got the kiss my ass on the back glass, and it's got the kiss my ass license plate. And I'm going to do that 64 Apache that I started last night. I'm going to do as a Thacker's Garage shop truck. Then I've got to find myself a trailer so I can put this on the trailer and have the shop truck to pull it.
Nice.
So
are you familiar with clear plaques of they got letters on them for like roadside signs? You know, they usually got the big arrow for like gun club or turkey shoots or whatever, you know.
Uh-huh.
I have a box of them plastics, and if you just take nail polish remover, the lettering comes right off, and it's thick enough to be like the base of a trailer, and it's bigger than a car, and it's just clear plastic. You can cut them to length or width or whatever you want. They make beautiful trailer beds. I've
Yeah.
used them for flatbeds and all kinds of stuff.
I'll probably grab one of those. Was it the Falcon kits? The 3-part one.
Oh, the California dragster set or
Yeah,
SoCal dragster.
And grab that trailer.
Yeah, there's
Or-
a few good trailers out there. The problem is some of them ain't quite wide enough. Like if you had the 70 Chevelle that you wanted to put on a race car trailer, it don't fit between the fenders or the uprights where you would mount the tire on.
If worst comes to worst, I could build one. I mean, that's not a huge deal. I could build a trailer. That's not a problem. Some evergreen I-beams and C-channel, and you could make one, knock one out. It's not like I could short of wheels and axles either. So
Right.
I think.
But I can throw a couple of them pieces in the box with the rest of your stuff.
Okay.
And I'm guessing it's probably going to be like 12 something because I got rate A and rate B boxes. One of them is just over 12 inches, so I'm going to try and make sure I got the smaller box. It fits a model box, no problem, with a little extra space.
Whatever works. Say I just rounded up to the next $10 whatever mark, and
right. But I'm just saying either one of them. I think they're like 12 something, and it's a flat rate.
Yeah, flat rate. As much as you can fit in the box, it's for the flat price.
Yep. Yeah, up to I want to say it's up to 2 pounds on these boxes because they discontinued the rate A and B, and now it's basically just a priority box. So it's technically just a priority box is all it is. So up to 2 pounds, it stays at that 12 something or whatever. So, and I'm pretty sure a model is no more than 1.8, 1.12. I've never really had.
Yeah, they're not going to be much over a pound.
Yeah, and I mean, I've had some pretty good, well-packed boxes.
This one might be a pound and a half. This one here, right here.
Right.
That I just got today. And by the way, thanks Amazon for shipping it in a paper bag instead of an actual box, so now it's all crunched up.
Oh God.
This is candy blood red over a gold metal flake.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty, Chuck. And welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Chuck.
Trying to answer a question for Yeet on the candy colors.
Is that the Oldsmobile or the Cadillac?
That's the Cadillac.
Nice.
Guitars and cats.
I haven't done a true candy car in a long time. I'm going to have to break down and do one.
Oh, when you get them right, they look so good.
Damn straight.
I got to finish this one up now that I found the door panels for them.
I've done fake candy finishes before, but I haven't done a candy in a
This
long
is
time. Actual candy.
yeah, this is 3X candy over lacquer gold metal flake.
Well, I generally lately when I do one, I kind of cheat. I use the Duplicolor metal cast paints, which are transparent colors.
Yeah.
Same here. Same here.
And
I almost threw metal cast red over top of this cherry red.
well, that's what I did on that last Camaro, the 2016 Camaro. I painted it with a heavy red metal flake paint, and then I went over it with the metal cast.
Yep.
And it made it super candy-y without actually being a problem with candy.
That's how I did my red Buick GNX. Is it had a charcoal base under it with a huge wicked flake in it, and then it had 3 coats of the transparent red over it to give it that deeper burgundy look to it, and then a clear coat over top of it, and the thing turned out beautiful.
This is why I bought this kit, because I already have 2 of them in my stash. But I wanted the original Firebird decal.
Yeah, buddy.
On the model kit, they show it on there upside down though, so I'm not going to do it that way.
Yeah, the bird head at the front.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, too bad you can't like cut the wings off and flip them around so that the wings go up towards the head instead of down towards the tail.
Well, that's the way the original logo looked.
I know, but you know how the Trans Am, it ended up being the other way around.
Yeah, when they went to the Flaming Chicken, yeah.
Yeah.
When they went to, let me grab him. I got hundreds of them here.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but
Yeah, that's the only reason I bought this kit was to get that classic Firebird logo. Here they are.
well, I'm sure you can imagine it being that intricate there. You can build them flat out of the box with nothing, or you can go full on beyond.
Instead of this style, yeah. Like always liked this one.
Mm-hmm.
I've only ever seen it on one actual car.
Ooh,
And on that car, they had it. They had it the right, what I call the right way around, with the head towards the windshield.
Right. What? Let me see that third red one on the other sheet.
Red, I got an all red one, red and black.
Yeah, I like that red on red with it's like a charcoal, like a deeper charcoal.
Yeah, this one's got some
Yeah.
gold in it. And these are the only problem with these is they're not on white paper. So
Are they on clear?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So and they're inkjet printed. So if you put it on a dark body, so like if you try to put this red bird on a red body, you're not going to see it.
Right.
It just blends right in.
I wouldn't use it on the red body anyway. On Car Mechanic Simulator, I did a paint job of I want to say it was a 78, 79 style anyway. You know, not the, actually, yeah, it was the pace car. Let's see if I can find it here. Here we go. I mean, it's kind of the wrong car, but then again, it's not the actual car. It's a copyright, a non-copyright version is what it is. I don't know if you want to share that there, Jonathan. Yeah. See, this is the gray one, but I also did a white one. See, I got the silver version, and I got the white version.
Yeah.
I would love to do this white.
That was kind of that pace car paint scheme, yeah.
Right.
The formula pace car ish. I
don't see my. Oh, there's. This is why I wanted the red one right here. See, it's like a pearl white.
Yeah.
And it's got the red bird with the open wings on it, and that's why I asked about the red on red. I was like, dude,
I can send you those red on red ones if you want.
You got a file? I can just print them, or
no? I bought them off eBay.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I'm probably not going to use them. I could send you the.
All I would need is one. It's not like there's two on the car, you know.
Yeah, but I always like having, it's nice to have an extra if you screw it up.
Yeah, is it wider than the hood on the Revell version, like the 77 Smokey and the Bandit kit? If it's not wider than the hood, one would be fine.
I don't think I have one of those handy. This is a replacement one for that Revell one. Pull it out,
because I mean, if it has to hang past the fender or past the hood onto the fenders, then I'd probably need two, because you know how you gotta make that cut, and if it peels and shit, then it's like, dang it.
I'll wait for Jonathan to finish, but yeah, I have a replacement Revell one, and it fits right over the top of it.
All right, so then it'd fit right on the car. Cool.
All right, one thing left to do now. Make the end.
And that replacement aftermarket one for the Revell kit, but it fits.
Jonathan, that car is going to overheat if you don't have a freaking top radiator hose on it. Just telling you.
Nah, we don't.
Bluetooth hose.
Yeah, it's Bluetooth.
Looks
Thanks,
good though.
Mark. I'm probably going to make my antenna out of the small thin copper wire, and then once
Yep.
I get it made, I'll paint it chrome.
Yep, that should do it.
Yep, and then find me something flat like these little square trees, cut a section out of it, and have that as the base.
Yeah, you can custom make anything out of that sprue stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then
So
the journal will be complete.
Do you feel like you did a much better job this time than the first one?
Yes.
So you'll be able to see the difference between the two then, right?
Yes, there's not a bunch of stuff all over the body. There's not stuff on the windshield, back glass. The body is glued to the frame, unlike my first one.
Right.
And the stuff is done with a Sharpie, not dipping a brush into aluminum paint and doing it. And I made sure the roll bar was glued in place, which I ended up fixing my original.
And your rear oil cooler thingy is mounted.
And that too. Hi,
Yeah,
Dad.
just give it a shake. Yep, this is the old one.
Hi, son.
Okay, Ryan, this is a replacement Revell one,
Okay.
and it goes right over the top of it.
Cool.
I mean, it looks exactly the same size.
All right.
If you want the red ones, I'll send them to you. That's not a problem.
Heck yeah, make sure you add a shop card in there. And
Yep, I will.
Dang straight. That'll give me motivation and reason with a plan to build one of my kits at least.
I've got another sheet somewhere with the puking chickens, but I don't know where they're at.
Oh, the one with the little flame that comes out?
Yeah, for the turbos.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't know where they're at.
Yeah, let's see. I'll be using the 77, which has the pointed little piece on the grill, whereas the one that I did in the game is actually, like I said, more like a 79 with the double square on each side. So that would be the 6.2 liter or whatever it is. But
this isn't the first one, the original one I done. As you can tell with the trim, yeah, it was painted, not done with marker. Which I fixed the roll bar, but it was laying down. They put in either stuff on the windshield, back glass, stuff on the body in places, all that. And then underneath it's painted orange.
that's your original kit, still worth being proud of.
Never did glue the body to the frame, to the chassis. So I took it out. I was having some problems trying to figure out about my interior tub. So I took it off and figured out where I need to put it. And while I was at it, I went and fixed the roll bar because it was laying down into the tub.
Right.
Yeah. Forget that problem.
I never could understand how Uncle Jesse fit in the back of that damn thing.
There's some episodes, he's sitting there playing like, one of these days I'm going to unweld these doors.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen him trying to crawl in through the backside glass. It's like, really? How? He's not a scrawny little boy like that Tom and John, you know?
Yeah. Thanksgiving. Yeah. This is my very first model I ever built. This is what started my modeling addiction.
Happens to all of us.
Yes.
You build one, it's like popping Pringles. You just can't stop.
And one didn't have a radiator hose either.
Yeah, I don't think there was one in the kit, honestly.
Yeah. Also, my distributor is sitting really sideways. It's not on that one.
Yeah, it should aim a little more up, but yeah, it's all good.
Say, Well, actually, no. Trying to think of what words I want to say. This one I did, I think, like 3 years ago. Let's see, very end of 2020, like 2 3 days before the end of 2020. I started on the generally, then I finished it to 2021. So
That's a good way to cap the year.
that means this past New Year's made it 3 years since I've been model building. But on YouTube, it was this past October. I've been on YouTube since 2021, and it's 2024 now.
Yeah, you definitely come quite a ways. I mean, I can personally attest to watching your progress grow over the last 7, 8 months, maybe a year.
I started out with just newspaper sitting on top of the table. Didn't have a background because in my videos you could see this the back wall and the door and all that, and I have a newspaper taped to the back door because the back door is in the kitchen and it goes out to a deck that you could probably fall through because it's not wood. And then about I think not my first birthday build, but my second birthday build. Around that time, I was like, I am going to do a background now. And so I did. So the very last build I did with a non-background was a 1978 Dodge D100 pickup. After I did that one, ever since then I've had a background.
No.
So as I was saying, it's supposed to be like the garage floor. Well, it's definitely been worked. A lot of paint, marker stuff, all that good stuff.
Every desk will have that, like it or not.
So it's basically the garage floor because the background's basically the garage wall.
Gotcha.
And
Britta!
hey, Britta. There was one time I spilled paint onto the floor with it. Oh, what it is. And I can't remember where it was at, but I think I most of it up. There still might be a little small spot. We'll just say somebody covered the oil or a little container full of oil because it was in the middle of an oil change and built the not edible chocolate syrup. So that's almost what it looks like. Except just a little dark. All right, let's see. Now how am I going to do this antenna? Probably what I'm going to do, grab a pencil or my hobby knife and start wrapping around it. And then I don't know if I'm going to add another piece to it or just have it all together to actually antenna part, not like part of like the little holder for the antenna piece.
Well, Yeet, I don't know how long it took Bruce to grow his beard, but I can tell you now, the more you shave, the faster it'll grow.
Oh, I got a little fuzz face too.
Some faces just don't get it. Some people just don't have the gene to grow facial hair.
Or you got to wait until you're old man, and that's when you get the hair.
Mine gets real patchy. I can do a goatee pretty good, but if I do the full beard, it gets kind of patchy, scraggly.
Yeah, my goatee, if I grab it with my fist, I can almost grab it with a fist and a half. It sticks out past my pinky anyway.
But my cheeks and the side don't fill in very well. They go all up to my eyeballs, but it doesn't fill in.
When I was a kid, me and one of my buddies, we were in it was like a doghouse shelter, but it wasn't a doghouse. It was just a few pieces of tin that the dog could get in and out of to get covered. And we were sitting in there blowing off little ladyfinger firecrackers. And he went to throw one out, and it hit the little lip of the edge, and it bounced back and popped right on my cheek. I have a bald spot that'll never grow fur.
Yeah, mine started out as a bet between me and my sons in 2020. I've always had a beard. We wanted to see who could grow the longest beard. And this is not actually as long as it used to be. But yeah, I won between me and my 5 sons.
Nice. Yeah, eyebrows. Mine gets scraggly up top, man, on the eyebrow thing.
I have to get my eyebrow every time I get a haircut.
Matter of fact, I had a beard the day I graduated. And they wasn't going to let me graduate because I had a beard started. Against
That's
the dress code.
discrimination. Give me my damn diploma. Get me out of here.
Well, this was back in 72, you know, when they had dress codes and they were strict about it.
Yeah, interesting.
Of course, I don't know how they are nowadays. I mean, from what I've seen some kids wear to school. I'd say no dress code.
You know what that is right there?
What?
That's a copper tube replacement that you got to take up to the still to make more moonshine with. You got to replace that line that sprung a leak in.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Just don't let Roscoe and Enos catch you on the way up there.
Patient, don't worry. Let's just say that time has not happened yet.
Right? Well, hey, at least you got a decoy Dukes that you can gets their attention to go one way with Daisy, and then you and Tom can go the other direction up to the stuff.
So, trying to see if I need to go smaller or not, because I use a piece of sprue to wrap it around.
Oh yeah, it's definitely way too big around.
Okay, so do
You
I need
grab more like if you wrap it around that wire right there, or if you got a safety pin that you can stretch out flat, a safety pin would be a little too thick maybe, but
what about a cotton swab, like the stem of it?
the tip of a toothpick is about all the bigger around you want.
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah, a cotton swab's still a little too big. You want something as thin as you can get it. I would say try the stretching a piece of sprue. You know, just heat it up with the lighter till it almost starts on fire, but not quite. As soon as it drops down, take the flame off and then just pull it about 5 inches apart and hold it until it sits. Count to 10. As soon as you let go, it should hold its shape, and you'll have the right size or very close to the right size of an antenna. And then just leave a little bit of sprue on the bottom, wrap it with as thin a wire as you can, or cut it off and glue it to the top of a shock that looks like the spring.
I was going to do that because I was getting it from Marcy, but it's a little too windy outside. So
Yeah,
Well,
that's
you could do it right in the house. You don't need the flame long enough to melt anything. You just need to heat it up enough to stretch it.
that's an art form all of its own. Stretching sprue.
I have a drawer of nothing but shocks and nothing but springs. They're both separated. One's coils, one's not, right? So if I needed to make an antenna like that, I'd just stretch the sprue, cut a shock, mount the top, call it done.
You got no clicky ink pen?
Oh, I do have one of them too, yeah.
A clicky ink pen spring will work. You got to do just wind it up a little smaller.
No, that's the problem. Even if you squish them with the pliers, they don't shrink. You almost got to heat them a lot hotter.
Just don't step out there.
Yeah, I think that's a little big around yet.
the toothpick is thinner.
Do you have a toothpick handy?
Man, you need a container of toothpicks.
Yep.
That's a given.
Yeah,
If
you
you
need
ever
them
told
for
me
a
I was-
lot of things.
If you ever told me I'd be painting with a toothpick years ago, I'd have laughed at you in the face.
Right. Yeah, I love them for like dash knobs and things on the dash and things like that.
Daubing super glue.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I got multiple copper wires, so I'm just doing that as test. Let me try it on a toothpick.
Yep. Start at the very tip and wrap towards the stick, and then as you're pulling it off, kind of tighten it around the very tip of it so it's as tight as it can get almost. And then if you stick a wire through it and then try to squeeze it around that wire, you should have everything done and complete, no problem.
You don't have to be English yet.
Right? You know, that's one thing I'll never need a toothpick for again in my life.
Me either. I don't have any teeth.
Right?
So it's a gum pick now.
Well, yeah. I hold my mouth open.
It was funny. I normally, before when I had bad teeth, before they pulled them, I would never eat popcorn, right? And now that I have my teeth out, I can eat popcorn with no problem. Except for every once in a while, the husk will actually like suction itself to my gum.
Yeah, that's a pain in the butt.
Ain't it though? It's like you're rubbing it with your tongue, it don't come off. You stick your finger in there, almost gag. It's like, get off of me.
Yeah.
Use your tongue. I know exactly where it's at. Use your finger. Where is it? Where
That's,
is
that's the only reason I keep an old toothbrush around.
Right?
Because I can't stick my finger in my mouth. That ain't happening.
Conversations I come back to.
Well, that's what happens, Marcy.
You left us alone. We're sticking things in our mouths.
We're unsupervised.
Yeah, well, I'm about to do the same thing. I got a big old bowl of ribs.
Need a toothpick for that?
Not yet, but I will in a few minutes.
When mom's away, the kids will play.
Yeah, just be glad we didn't stick things in the light socket.
What about?
No, that would have been funny.
It might have.
It's looking good there, Johnson.
Yeah, that's looking a lot smaller around. Much better.
Yeah, 'cause I wrapped it around the like the base of it. I went about the center of it. Started.
What did you end up using for your antenna?
Just copper wire and a toothpick.
That works.
Now you see how much smaller around that was compared to the first one you put down?
So now to figure out how to get the wire towards the center of it, then make it however long I need to do it. Okay, so this was the test subject, which the other end I tried doing it, then end up messing up a little bit. And I'm like over.
Here's how you do that. You cut just the coil off so that the coil is by itself. Stick your wire in there and then spin the coil until it grabs the wire tight. It'll make it a little bit smaller and tighter, and it'll hold the wire. And then when you dip it down onto the super glue, then set it onto the car. Once it's dry, then you can kind of straighten out and bend your antenna however you need it.
All right.
Because that's the only way you're actually going to get the wire dead center. And the spring doesn't actually touch the actual antenna wire itself anyway.
Kevin, you will not be eating the crayons. The crayons are mine.
I got my own. I tried eating markers. They're a little harder to get into the center.
No,
yeah, they got that funny taste.
They do make funky lipstick, though.
Yeah, they make your teeth green if you have any.
If you eat the green ones.
Well, it depends on the color you eat, I guess. Purple, yellow.
Looks like Bob's playing with fiber optics. I saw that, Bob.
You can always paint
Yeah, say, Jonathan, what's the odds that you might have a little fiber optic thing laying around? These make perfect antennas.
You know, I forgot all about those. I got one of those. I used on a wrecker once. And on my semi.
I think I have any.
CB antennas.
Another perfect antenna material is a cat's whisker, but you got to catch the cat first.
And then you got to try not to get splashed when you pull it off.
I can catch my cat, but I don't think she's going to appreciate that.
No, but
What
check
are you
check
doing
like
with
the
that
dollar
cat?
stores. You can usually find these little LED fiber optic thingies for $1, $2, and that's a
I'll
lifetime
have to
supply of antennas right there. Because you
I'll
just
have to let my mom know that, and if she can find one of them, because she loves her shopping.
that's
There you
a
go.
that's a lifetime supply of car antennas. Because then they won't break too. Because you cut off just like whatever you need, 1 inch or 2 inches or 3 inches.
Yep.
They're flexible. They won't break.
That's a clever one.
That's I do a lot of sci-fi models, so I got tons of this crap laying around. And that's where I get it. Whenever time I see those little $2 fiber optic lamps.
You know, I never did think of those. That's definitely a good one.
In fact, I got
I've
one.
actually got one that doesn't work anymore. That's really hideous. I might just go rip the filaments out of it.
Now, is the stuff they run internet on thinner than that, or thicker than that, or about the same size, or what?
That's a good question. Don't know.
Because I was thinking maybe if you went up to like your local phone company that does the service call, maybe they can cut you off a few inches. You know?
This is what it looks like. The one I got, the ones I have.
Go out in the house.
Table.
Color changing fiber optic light. It was like $1 or $2 at Dollar Tree.
Awesome.
Cool.
That means you can probably find them on eBay or Amazon for
Yeah. Because it just goes in there, and when you put the batteries in it,
lights
it
up
changes
and away.
colors and mix.
Yeah, the thing that I have is one of those older ones that were made in the 80s, the box with a floral arrangement inside it.
If you happen to have one of those laying around, so that's a lifetime supply of antennas right there.
Yeah, way more than just that.
More like 2 lifetimes.
In fact, you can still use it as a light decoration. Just every time you need an antenna, you just go clip one little section on.
They make good side marker lights and dash turn signal lights and oil light.
Right.
Oil light?
Yeah. Yeah. You know how on a car you got that check engine light?
Oh, okay.
I've always wanted to cut a little tiny piece of electrical tape and put on the dash just to cover it, like I did in my real car 12 times. I've followed those wires every single time, and there's no engine at the other end of the wire. So it's like, what am I supposed to check?
Oh boy. What are we gonna do with you?
Yes, Yeet. It's basically just a clear rod. It's not even a tube. It's just a piece of clear. And when you put light on one end, it travels throughout the whole thing, and it shows up brighter on the far end of it.
Yep.
Yeah, they still work. If you cut them smoothly, you can still shine light through them.
And if you want the end to shine without the bleed, you can wrap it in tape or paint it or anything you want to cover the side.
You know, used to your hard drives on your computers had an LED light on them, and it had a plug where you could plug into the light to the front of the computer. Well, they got rid of those, but the light LED's still on the hard drive on a lot of them.
Right.
So you just take an LED probably cable like Bob had, tape it to your LED light and run it to the front and stick a hole in the piece of plastic, and you still see the light flash.
Interesting.
I do that all the time. Like Bob said, it's just like wiring a model.
I was going to say, you guys are making me want to light one up again. I still got some of the lights and stuff like it used to, doing all kinds of fun stuff.
Well, I got a 32 another 32 I want to build, and I'm going to light the headlights on it also. So I want to try to light the tail lights.
Well, if you want to go completely ape shit on lighting a car, Tenna Controls makes a car lighting kit. It's all runs a little Bluetooth remote. Battery goes in the car. There's circuit board.
It has your low beams, high beams, turn signals, brake lights, backup lights, hazard lights. It does everything.
Does it have dash lights?
Yeah, if you want to add dash lights in it, you could add dash lights in it. Sure could.
Oh, damn. So is that a 12 fuse or an 8 fuse?
I'm gonna say,
and you know, on a real car, it would be
yeah,
either a generic 8 fuse or a full-on 12 fuse. You know,
it would probably be 12. I'm trying to remember how many channels it's got on it. And he can custom make them too if you needed one with, just
a specific
4 options
yeah.
or 4 features or 10 features or if you need
40
less than what it
features
had.
for a semi-truck with trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Sound systems with LED lights and
Well, they can
glow
get you those,
neons
too.
under the car and everything else.
They do sound systems too for them.
Well, thanks, Yeet. We try. I mean, passion is definitely the one thing that brought us all together.
No, we're all plastic addicts.
Looks pretty good, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to get it towards the center.
Like I said, the only way to get that wire coming out of the center is to clip it and pull it through.
And
then squeeze it around it. Because on a real car, that spring is not actually the antenna. The antenna is separate from it. The spring just keeps it so it has some flex to it if you open the trunk and it hits the roof of the car or hits a tree or anything else. It can move without snapping. Otherwise, it would damage the trunk lid or whatever you stuck it to. And then it's got a ring on the very bottom that would actually be a magnet, so you can move it wherever you want to, and then the wire goes in the trunk hole or wherever into a window or body line.
TV antenna, gotcha.
Don't you just love how when you can't find something that you need? That's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking for my. Oh, just found them. I was looking for these and I couldn't find them. I was like, where the heck are they?
Missing tools. We blame that on Mike.
It's all trial and error, son. Just keep trying something until it works.
Okay, Ed.
Don't pass me around, Dad.
Yes, Dad.
Off my ass, Dad.
Get on my ass.
Alright. So I guess I'm gonna have to get my base made. Put this, I guess, glue it to the base, and then put my I guess my wire down into it and glue it in there.
You put your wire in there first and see if you can get it to leave a little bit sticking out the bottom, so in case you make a base with a hole in it, you can actually go into it. And actually, if you go far enough past your base and drill a hole in the car, you can peg it. Well, look at there, it's Andrew.
Pew pew!
What's up, buddy?
Andrew, you must have heard us talking with me.
Speaking of getting off my ass, Dad,
Yeah.
there's our buddy Andrew.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
would it be wrong to put a 4-barrel carb on a straight 6?
No,
No.
not at all. Not at all. Seen it done many times.
If it works, it works.
My uncle used to run one on a 6-cylinder Chevy.
That's what this is.
Actually, he ran 2 at one time. He made a custom manifold. Then the drag strip decided he needed to be disqualified for doing that. He would actually twist the drive shafts off one of the cars.
Bob, just make sure you got a 2-barrel to 4-barrel adapter on it.
No, you don't.
Pretend you do.
Yeah, yeah.
Night, Donnie.
Pretend I do, yeah.
How am I going to get the wire to stay into the what I've?
Can you twist the spring part to make it tighter?
Yep.
Oh, so it needs to be like that tight. I see now.
Night, Donnie.
That's why I said you can wrap it around the wire itself.
Okay, now I'm
That's
covered
the
in
size
barbecue
you're
sauce.
going to want in the end.
Oh, okay. I see now.
Aha, the blind man has a sight. I see, says the blind man.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I think it was this past Monday. When the whole eclipse was happening.
Ah, Andrew's grabbing me. Hang on, hang on. Oh, what a ride.
When the eclipse was happening, they gave us them eclipse glasses
Yep.
at school, and I took a pen. I wrote on the top part of my glass, and I said "legally blind glasses."
Yeah.
They're like, these are my legally blind glasses. And then my buddy, he wrote on top of his "sun bright, bro." I was
Duh, sun bright, bro.
Yeah.
Simple minds.
Some of us, yes. So what you building there, Andrew? You gonna build anything?
something to shoot us with.
Are you building a pew pew?
No, I've been that video.
Man, this is going to be tough.
Where's he gonna be real?
Oh, look at that.
4-barrel
Is that a
carbon
Gundam?
velocity stack.
Is that a Gundam? It was dark up until I was born. As soon as my head popped out, it got really bright.
See you gonna be real.
Ah, it's a U-wing. Cool. Star Wars.
So what ship are you working on, Bob?
Is that the
The
X-Wing
50
fighter?
Chevy Apache pickup truck.
Oh, okay.
With the go-kart.
The one with the go-kart, yeah.
I understand what you're wanting to do.
I have that.
But I'm having problems just trying to get it started where I can start wrapping around.
Yeah, I debated on putting a big, big engine in it. I thought, well, no, I'm just kind of running with the little straight six.
Jonathan, use an alligator clip to hold the two wires together and then start wrapping.
But we got to hop it up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about putting a 4-barrel on a 6-cylinder.
I mean, if you can make it work in real life. Or...
No, Jonathan, no. Both wires in one clamp so that they're side by side, and then just hold the one straight and spin the other around it.
I guess something.
Line up both of the points so that they're both sitting together.
There's always consequences yet.
And then pinch them so that they both pretty much stay side by side. And then hold the one straight and use the other to wrap around it.
Okay.
You might have to pinch the alligator clip to hold it tight while you're spinning, but
That didn't work.
yeah, you don't want to spin both wires. You only want to spin the one. You know, if you would have done the sprue stretching method, you'd have been done hours ago.
What would be the fun in that?
He could still wrap it in the wire.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Well, pedal poo.
It'll food.
Pedal poo.
What you do? What you do?
Well, I glued this yarn down and the super glue didn't hold.
Mm.
I'm making logs.
Nice.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
What's up, doggy? What do you think I got? What do you think I got?
Boom.
Oh.
You know the transformer?
No, no. No, no. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Phil, I'm not sure yet. Thinking about it. I'm only about an hour away ish. Depends on who's driving. That's Sunday, isn't it?
You smell something better than that? Oh, there you go. You don't get no better than that.
Saturday. No, I'm talking about the show. One of the guys asked if I was going to a local show that's happening.
Okay, I see how you are. Shit.
It's the 14th, isn't it, Phil? Yeah, they open at 10, and it's right, literally right around the corner where we used to live. I don't know. Put me in for a maybe.
Ain't that good or what?
Are you get run? Nope.
Take good of what, huh, Papa? That's super good, isn't it? You know that's good for your fur. It's good for your fur. Like that. I'll toast in my butt. That's good because he's eating more of mine than I am.
Hey, Marcy.
The noisy monster behind me is
Oh,
agreeing
that's
with
how
the
it works.
cough, Phil. What was that, Bruce?
I mentioned you in my last video because I took your advice and bought a bunch of scalpels.
Great, aren't they?
Yeah, very, very sharp.
Mm-hmm. And they last way long. Utility blades.
Yeah, I got two different ones. That one that I use for everything else because it got dull, and then I got one that I'm using for. I was cutting decals the other day with it. Well, thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah, another one of my modeling friends was talking about it years ago, and it didn't really dawn on me again until I was using a standard X-Acto and I left it sitting on the desk and it rolled off and hit the floor. And it missed my foot. But I'm like, yeah, no, this is not happening again. I need a flat knife, and I got a scalpel.
Yeah, I stuck one in my leg and it might have been.
Yeah. Ow.
And it's amazing how far blood flies.
Yeah.
I wish I hadn't pulled it out because I mean, blood was everywhere for a while. I mean, I'm starting to panic.
Yeah,
When I
you
went to
could
the
have done
hospital, they
some
used
real
super glue to
serious
shut.
damage.
They glue it shut.
Hey, Mom.
Yep.
That's why I could have done that.
Right.
Well, here a while back, I sliced my finger. You know, you always slice the inside of your finger
I haven't cut myself in a very long time. In fact, I haven't
every
cut
once in a
myself
while.
since
So
I got a scalpel.
Yeah. Circular and round.
I just use super glue and glue it back shut.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's all
almost
they're
takes
gonna
work to
do.
cut this. That super glue burns, buddy.
Yeah, well,
Dump the alcohol in there.
my fingers are half numb anyway from diabetes, so I can't feel anything anyway.
That's another reason why you should always see a doctor when you make yourself that bad. Phil, is it a Congo or a Timna? And if you don't know, I can tell you by the color of its tail. Is it a bright red or a dull red? If it's an actual Congo, it's bright red. The Timna has a dull red tail, otherwise they're identical. Kind of like the difference between a crow and a raven.
Of course, that trash. You put stuff in the trash, and there's not a.
But you even have to watch those dull blades because those things are just as dangerous. If I had my choice of being cut with something, I'd rather be cut with something extremely sharp. Because a dull blade can cause jagged edges, it can cause severe scarring. Even if it's stitched up by a professional, you'll get a nasty mark.
So, I found a piece on the sprue that is round, and it's circular too. So just cut off a little bit of it, do some trimming on it, and that could be the base or the antenna. Or where it goes.
It'll work. Yeah, I just drew a little hole in it.
Yeah, the bigger birds do tend to talk quite a bit. Congos are extremely smart. Is he plucking his tail feathers out? You're saying when he had his feathers.
Oh, you can have them now. Yeah. They're good. Yeah. You're welcome. Go get them. Go get them.
Hmm.
See you later, Phil.
Whoa, I think that's too much glue. Oops.
I'm doing.
All right, time to get the torch out.
It's too tall.
Yeah, maybe next visit somewhere and this green adhesive took forever to dry on his face.
Stay.
Not gonna listen.
I think that's going to work.
Fire. Love playing with fire.
It was really good. That's all I can say. I don't know how that all worked out for you guys, but that was well worth my absence.
Was you
What was
gone?
dinner?
Yeah, mom and stepdad came home with Friday night fish fry, and my little dog, mom always has treats and food on the floor for him, right? And he won't eat it unless somebody comes and he feels threatened, and he runs to his food, right? Well, he'd been sitting here with me all night while they were gone, and as soon as they come home, he runs out there and greets them. So I went out and I grabbed my to-go container of fish. He followed me right back in the bedroom, says, "Oh no, you ain't eating without me." So that's when I left. There was 2 pieces of fish, and he ate one whole fish.
You're going to be going out every 10 minutes all night.
Now, if he does go potty before he goes to bed, that'd be perfect, because then he'll sleep all night. Because otherwise, he'll wait until 3 a.m., wake somebody
Yeah,
up.
all that fish, he'll be going outside multiple times.
But his coat will be nice and shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan. I finally got it. So
You figured it out?
yeah, I ended up getting it. I know I don't want to focus, but would this be a big enough base
Yeah.
for it?
Yeah. Yeah. If you look at a real one, it's not very big. Yeah, that's a little oversized,
Here's
maybe
one,
a
son.
third of that.
You too.
Because I cut off a piece off of the sprue,
Well, okay.
Right.
Oh,
and I was like, and that's actually kind of perfect round. So
I would say almost more of
big also.
it looks like 2 different sizes there, but just the regular sprue size, cut a sliver and flatten it on both sides.
Everyone's got one of those.
I mean,
As
it's about
long
the
as
best.
it's a little wider than the real one. Yeah.
I mean, it's about what I can come up with.
Let's see. There's images.
Yes, that'll work.
And they're only showing the modern stuff. Come on. Oh,
I mean, this is like about roughly the size of it, Ryan.
yeah. The base is still way too big yet. I would say just a normal piece is sprue.
And it would be right up at the front seam of the hood of the trunk.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, oh, center of the trunk. The center of the trunk.
Hey, Boston.
Hey, Boston.
Here you go, Jonathan. I found a
Boston. What's up, man?
Hold on. Get the right picture open here. There it is. This is basically what you're building right here. Yeah, it's not super big. Oops. Oh, dang it. Where the hell am I? Open the right thing. Yeah, you can see that the size of the antenna and the size of the spring is really tight, and then the base isn't a whole lot bigger than that, right? So the base you have right now would be about this wide on both sides. You need to cut that way back down to about the size of a piece of sprue is all.
Actually, right.
And I think the size of a piece of sprue would be just a little wider than the coil that you have. Should be pretty close within range anyway.
I'll just if I can get it cut on both sides and make it level.
That's why you just use a piece of sandpaper and just put your finger over it and run it back and forth a few times, get it flat, and then keep working it until you try to get it level. It's a very tiny piece, but it's doable.
And
Or better yet, cut
the side for the trunk. And
if you cut the sprue, flatten it, and then try to cut your second piece so that you're actually cutting it off, then you know you have a flat piece, and then you just got only one side to work when it's very tiny.
Okay.
What's up, Louis?
About 1,500 grid be fine.
Yeah, I mean even 60 grid will work.
Same shit, different day, Boston.
You just want it to have enough coarseness to it that the glue would actually stick to it, Model Land, is that where I'm at? Dude, almost forgot.
Instead of Lego Land, it's Model Land.
Yeah.
Awesome. Model Land. Yay.
Right? I didn't even know I was on a vacation or a class field trip. I would have had Mom sign the waiver.
I was going to show you.
You're a stowaway.
You have a trip and you never leave the farm.
If I would have known I needed a permission slip, I would have got one.
No, not on this trip.
Oh, awesome. Even better. What happens in Model Land stays in Model Land.
Yeah. Only problem is Model Land is on the internet. That means that everybody can see it and everybody can hear it.
Okay, well maybe it don't stay in Model
Land.
It's a big Model Land.
Might end up on YouTube Shorts at some point.
That could be entirely a possibility.
Well, I won't watch it. I don't watch shorts.
Or parts of it might end up clipped and in my inbox because they're fucking funny.
They'll end up on MBFV, Model Builder's Funniest Home Videos.
Hey, there you go.
Video is
I have friends that send me clips out of specific person's videos randomly, and it's amusing. I like it.
Ryan, the very first video on the show is somebody cutting themselves with a hobby knife.
Oh, was that Jonathan? Or no, that was Jimmy. Jimmy cut himself a couple times. All I know is I need to make another episode of Geezers with Tweezers.
Then it goes to somebody throwing a model across the room.
I've done that.
More than once.
No, actually only once.
I've never thrown an entire model across the room, but I have thrown a motor. I can't remember what car model I was building. I just remember I was getting aggravated with the motor for some odd reason, so I just took it, threw it out the wall, and I didn't really break it. I think just some parts came off. Then my dad
was a partially built model.
Then my dad came running in from the living room next to me, and he was like, "Calm down, or you're gonna quit modeling."
Just tell him. Be glad it wasn't an Iron Duke engine. It would have broke the drywall. So, Bruce, do you identify as a geezer by chance?
A what?
A geezer.
Yeah.
Do you have a pair of tweezers?
Yeah.
Would you like to be on an episode of Geezers with Tweezers?
Sure. Like I didn't know where that was going.
Yeah, it's a model-related question. It's one of those things I've done a couple of times in my videos over the years.
I know who Bruce identifies as. He identifies as Batman.
Let's see if I can. Where's my geezer? Where is my geezer? Oh, there he is. There's my geezer.
More fun with geezers. Brought to you by Tweezers.
Yeah, I don't know if if Jonathan wants to share this real quick. This is my my sticker that I made.
I could make a really, really bad joke in reference to the tweezer.
Well, go for it. I was on Google Images looking for clip art of old guys for something else in particular, and I came up with the thought: geezers with tweezers, right? So I found this old guy who had a cane, kind of slumped over like an old guy would be. So I deleted the whole cane, redrew the pair of tweezers, and then I drew a side mirror flinging out of the tweezers because that's what happens to us, right?
First go king.
And it was originally just a black and white picture, and I colored it all in and made it all fun, and then I added the geezers with tweezers to it. And I got some of that peel and stick paper, and I printed out, I think there's 8 of them on the sheet. It's either 8 or 10.
Giza. Rev up the Bugatti.
You
Gotta
want to
take
share?
football.
You want to share that real quick, Jonathan? Just so Bruce can see the little insignia thingy.
Oh, night, Chuck. I don't know when you left, but bye.
It's my little tiny piece I came with.
See you later, Chuck.
Later, Chuck.
Later, Chuck.
It was less than 5 minutes ago.
Later, Woodchuck.
Yeah, well, I'm never on time.
Are any of us?
I mean, that sucker's tiny.
Ain't it though? Yep, that's about right. Now just make sure you paint it black or whatever, and then glue it to it, and hope it stays.
I'm painting it all.
Super glue is your friend.
Rev up the Bugatti. My father drives a Rolls Royce. My papa drives a Lamborghini. My papa drives a Ferrari. My dad drives a Ram 1500.
My dad drove a Yugo, and he went crazy. Actually, he didn't, but he probably did.
I am making an antenna, Boston, out of a small piece of sprue and copper wire, thin copper wire, that I snagged from my electrical class.
He's learning how to customize and custom scratch build.
I got it out of the scrap bin that was going to go be cashed in for money. So,
well, the amount of copper you got probably saved 2 cents.
it might be just like or something, or maybe not what I have. I don't have very little. I got maybe 20 strands, but it's the small thin copper. And also, there is I do have an antenna in real life that's just sitting around. It's one of the magnetized ones.
Yeah, that's what you're making.
It's on one of my S10s that I got.
You ever get that blue one running?
No, I have not messed with the blue one at all. The only thing I've with me and my dad's done to it, we cleaned out the interior one day in the bed of it. I haven't messed with my S10 for a while.
Telling you, man, throw a little gas down the carburetor, put a battery to it, see if it runs.
Well, with the Blue S10, the carburetor needs to be put onto the intake. Got a carburetor for it. It's just sitting in the engine compartment, and it's a 350. While my other S10, it runs. Yay!
Yay!
It may not be exactly center, but good enough. Great grand, guys!
Yeah, not too bad.
Yahoo! The game.
Look at that motor, Bob. Look at that motor.
One more.
6-banger with a 4-barrel.
Yeah.
If the 6-cylinder sound like a V8,
Sure is.
6-cylinder with a V8 sound. V8 sound.
Oh, it'll still sound like a 6-cylinder. It'll just have a little
Just get
bit
a little more
more
gas.
intake. Yeah.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Ain't got no gas.
When your electric car stops working, I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Don't worry. If your electric car stops working, you ain't the first.
Won't be the last.
Millions of others know the feeling. You ain't alone.
Paperwork last night.
That's nice. Right there.
So, Monday, I am going to head to Walmart and get me some garage sales to use on my Impala Pro Mod build that I'm going to use to help widen and stretch the frame.
Yeah, buddy.
And
Sounds like Andrew is doing walk by compliments.
Andrew, get over here, sit down, and build a model. Stop walking around.
He's doing walk by compliments, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No.
Might have to get me a little bigger pew pew and get a pew pew.
I got.
Oh, you got the bigger one. Yeah.
No. Actually, no. Let me go grab the big one out of the stash. Tactical nuke incoming.
Yeah. Airstrike deploy.
Where's it heading? It's heading to the school. No. Meanwhile, the kids, yay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
School's out forever.
Well, this
That's
day
up-
the school blew up. They'll make us go virtual.
That's gone forever.
Yeah, right.
I was referring to the piece of plastic I was just cutting, and they went bing.
Oh, so you're an official geezer with tweezer.
The old rustic geezer.
I don't know about that, but it sure went bling. I heard it bounce off 3 things. God knows where it went.
You'll find it in 10 days. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it was a piece of my windshield.
So not
I
only
was
is it
trying to
cracked,
save
it's
the
gone.
pieces so I can make a broken windshield.
And these pieces have escaped.
That's really broke. Oh well.
You know what works good for breaking glass on model cars? Put some clear tape on it first. Then you can actually shatter it into the billion little pieces like they used to with the clear that would hold it together.
That's what I was doing, was taking the nippers and trying to shatter it just a little bit.
Right. Until it went between.
Yeah, they went pling. Oh well, who cares?
Well, at least it didn't stab you in the eye. I don't see it in your beard, so it had to have fallen quite a ways.
I have found stuff in my beard. Like, where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
You'll go to walk out the room barefooted one day, and you go, oh, there's my glass.
Found it.
Yeah.
He's all of a sudden he gets a feel the need to sneeze. He sneezes into his elbow, and then he looks at the elbow. It's a small glass piece.
Yeah.
That went
Later,
up.
Boston.
So I have dogs that eat bones and stuff in here, so no, there's no walking barefoot in this room.
Yeah, I
Later.
don't blame you there.
Okay, so we'll do it your way.
Box together.
Scotch tape.
Yeah, if you had a big piece of like packing tape that you can cover the whole thing with and it's still clear enough to see through, that works perfect.
Yep.
Perfecto.
Because then you can actually take a hammer to it and actually smash it into tiny pieces. Oh, come on, man. Hit it like you're mad. There you go.
Hit it like you mean it.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't doing it.
Beat
Well,
it
you
like
got a tiny little point. You got to use a hammer.
4
I know,
pounds
I need-
enough for you?
Or a rock.
All right, I'll show you.
He's bringing out the friggin' 5-foot long crescent wrench. That'll do it. There you go. Just wait for it to dry now, huh?
I didn't glue it. I'm just putting it on there to see what it looks like, so I can kind of get an idea where I need to maybe cut it at and maybe bend it.
You can always cut it after the fact.
Yeah.
The main thing is to get it to mount and stay mounted. Looks good though.
Thanks. And this is last thing I need to do, and it's done.
What, you ain't gonna make a radiator hose for it?
Nah, it's got Bluetooth. Nope, we don't need that.
Didn't have one on the original. Why this one?
I mean, that's probably gonna get junked anyways when it makes the jump. So
If you got any wire that has the insulation on it, and when you bend it, it stays where you want it to, it's called a solid core wire instead of a fiber core. That's usually what I would use for like a radiator hose, because you can get it to bend exactly where you want it, drill a hole on each end, remove a little bit of the insulation and put it into there, and call it done. Or even heat shrink tube. Oh, look at that. He got a little hammer now.
Is that good for you?
Yeah, that'll work. That'll do it.
bigger. You need bigger.
Did it work?
Get the sledgehammer out.
No.
No.
Let me turn this off so Marcy won't complain.
Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. I'm doing the play-by-play call out. Bang, 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 bang.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Bubba, what's up?
Hey, Bubba. And bye, Boston. See you later. Boston Buds. One of Fafa's favorite persons in the world. Along with Kevin Smith.
Hold it up to your camera there, Bruce. Let me see how well he did. Well, look at that.
It's
people. You know, people are going to ask you how to replicate that.
Popping hammer.
Yeah, a little bit of tape.
I was really hitting that thing.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Now, if you didn't want it to break, it would have shattered.
Now, what's going to happen when I take the tape off?
It's going to come apart. That's why you use clear packing tape, so you don't have to.
Well, Scotch tape.
Well, it's cloudy.
Well, I took gray panel liner and dirtied the window up.
Well, if you try the
I know what I'll do. I'll take cut that off along that one line where I made an imaginary line.
Yeah, follow a crack. There you go. That's a clever way to do it. Otherwise, you can always put clear packing tape on the inside of the window, or
that's
other
where
side.
That's on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah, follow your crack line and peel it off and color good.
Because I want to crunch this lid down, this roof down to one side. So I need that glass broke out.
What, didn't you have a car with a broken A-pillar to start with?
No, I bent it. I fixed it, but now I'm bending it again.
So you're trying to make a rolled car that rolled over a few times.
Yeah, it rode over on the side because it's got dents and stuff across the side of it.
Nice.
And then after that, they got parked in the field for like 40 years. And
then Bruce bought it and thought he could restore it. And he no sooner got it off the trailer, put some better tires on it, and that's all the farther he got.
Oh.
He ain't even cleaned out the interior. You can see that.
No, this is the interior.
That's what I mean. It got rat poop all over and leaves and
That's
cardboard.
leaves
Yeah.
and stems of the leaves. I just Mod Podged it in there.
I'm sure there's insulation and rat poop and all kinds of stuff in there.
I got
There's probably even a 10mm socket in there for all I know.
I got some little pieces of cotton I'm gonna stick in there too, I think.
Yeah. Spray it pink or brown or whatever.
Yeah, that worked out pretty good.
all right, let's get this piece painted.
Yeah, you know how many of those pieces would have flown across the room with the rest of it if you didn't do the tape?
All of it.
Most of it. Most of it.
Most of it. I'd have been digging through the other model kit, getting out another glass.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that worked for you.
Well, thank you. I wasn't thinking.
You don't have to.
You seen the first one. You seen the second one. You thought we were done? No, there's a third one.
Yeah, I saw the third
You
one.
need
sitting
another
over
one,
there.
Jonathan.
Except this. My dad said one of his buddies built it. It's supposed to be generally as a drag car. They decided to cut the hood, and there's a small block Chevrolet.
Why
That's
is
the only way to
small
make
block?
it go fast. Put a small block Chevy in it.
It's got Chevy rims on it. Center lines on the back. So how do you compare your first one to that one?
Let's see. That one looks better than this. I mean, and even got a full blown roll cage in it too. That's loose. And probably take the body off if it won't. Thought about redoing this. I mean, you don't even have the rear bumper. It's got the taillights in, but not the bumper license plate. Not even painted on that.
Well, if you really want your original first one to look good, keep that one next to it.
I mean, this looks like been in a barn for like 30 years.
Well, that was when they found the Dukes after they had went away for the military service or something. They came back and found Daisy and took it out drag racing. Her and Enos had a grudge match at the drag strip. Boss Hog sponsored it to see who was better. Uncle Jesse said, I got a small block out in the back we could throw in that thing and make it really get up and go.
I can't get up and go because the oil pan is
Well, that's because they were putting in new crank steel bearings in it, and a new rear main seal.
Or it threw a rod.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about that. That was after the race.
Oh, okay.
Can't even go anywhere too. It's not even connected to the drive shaft.
100% right, Horton. Well, definitely, he needs to do the 4x4 version.
And
$1.05.
because right now the transmission is in between the frame and the interior tub, so it ain't going nowhere.
Oh, it's going somewhere, just not very fast.
Just like I heard in it was at a demolition derby. There was a small car like you couldn't really go because it was muddy because it was like rain, and then they like scooped some mud out of the derby ring. He was sitting there just spinning, going boom, 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 and then the announcer's like, "Oh, trust me, he'll go 100 miles an hour in the pits. I promise." Reminds me of that. So he's sitting there. They pushed him to the line. He's sitting there driving like run, like, and then you got a little small car. Racing's like, oh man, I'm gonna get beat by this sucker. Green light goes, the small car goes, but this car just sitting there, just nothing's happening. The small guy in the small car is like, wait, I'm beating that guy.
Hey
I wonder.
Jonathan, for
Uh,
your final reveal build of this car, you should have it up against the garage door in the back, and then have your first one in front of it, and then the dragster version up in the very front, and then have a piece of cardboard leaning up against yours and the first one. So all you see is the dragster one first. And then as you reveal, you talk about the dragster. Then you pull the cardboard and reveal your first build. Then you reveal the cardboard and show your final build on this one. And then you have all three of them in the final build to show the variety of how a progression works in model building.
and for my thumbnail, I'm gonna make it look like the generally's jumping. I'm gonna go probably out in the middle of the woods somewhere, and make a little dirt pile. Probably roll around some like a little bit of cotton and some dirt, wherever, make it look like basically dust is coming off the car, and have some like put like a fishing line under the roof, and have my dad hold it up while I take the picture. It should look good.
Well, there's many a ways you can get that to work.
And then I'm going to do roughly something similar like that when I go to do Roscoe and Enoson's car.
Nice.
Like in the thumbnail, they'll be chasing the General Lee.
What
Like,
the hell was the state cop's name?
or Chickasaw County.
Yeah,
Uh,
Don't know. Been too long since I watched it.
because he had the black and white car, right?
or I mean, no, green and white. It was green and white.
Was it
Talking
green and
about
white?
Sheriff Little of Chickasaw County.
Little, yeah. Okay, that's the one. Yep. Got to have his car too, because he was in enough of them.
Yeah, but it's not really a main car. Like it was like probably in maybe 15 episodes at most out of like almost 150.
Honestly, you see his car more than you see the Mustang or Cooter's Camaro, and both of them have already got die casts of them and model kits of them.
Yeah.
Jay's Mini. Greetings.
Hey, Jay. Um,
I've seen quite a few General Lee dioramas over the years.
like probably how like I'm gonna do like maybe Roscoe and Enos is like the Sharon Lee's in the middle of a jump and then you see Roscoe and Enos in the background.
You need to have them falling off into the water, nose diving into the river or something. Them boys kept Cooter busy, very busy.
And I think in some episodes, Boss Hog got tired of Roscoe wrecking, so that he had to go like horseback.
I've seen him do quite a few things where he lost his cars.
And then one time he lost Boss Hog didn't give him another patrol car, so he had to go use 3-wheelers.
Yeah.
And he was causing chaos with it. So
Oh, and you got to have the mail lady on the bike.
Miss I know it starts with a T. Tisdale, Miss Tisdale.
She's a hoot.
Oh, she has the hots for Uncle Jesse.
Yeah, buddy. That's one I don't think I've ever seen a model of with her bike. It was a dirt bike, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Now I'm sitting there thinking, I've seen the entire TV show. I wonder what the worst episode was. Maybe the one where the Generally wasn't even in it. And that was the third episode of the series in Georgia. I think was Mary Kate's baby. The Generally was never in that episode. think the one and only episode without the generally.
Actually, you also have to buy the Ghost of General. That's the one that glows in the dark. They actually have the kit that glows in the dark. It's
Yeah,
called
but
the Ghost of the General.
like $100 for it, or however much it is.
Well, it was a one time release. It wasn't multi-release.
And I think there's
Nope.
even a 16th scale version of it too.
Well, I know there's a 116 AMT version, but you're looking at 80 to 100 and some bucks for the big scale stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you buy it as it comes out from Hobby Lobby with a 40% off discount. Anything after that, you're paying outrageous prices for them. And to me, it just ain't worth it.
Unless I just build another regular General Lee and just use the glow in the dark paint.
Well, you can get some glow in the dark paint. That's not the problem. That's cool.
I just make the glow in the dark orange paint, just put the decals over it, turn the lights off, and it all glow.
I know they have the glow in the dark paint that from the acrylic section at Walmart. The craft paint.
I just sit there and make it where I can just pull a wire in the hood and the trunk center opens. Roscoe.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get you, do, boys.
Hey Jay, how are you?
Come on, Flash.
Name. Everybody knows your name.
Get. Go, do, boys. Didn't Sam from TV Cheers drive a Corvette?
Yeah.
Why hasn't anybody built that one for a TV car? There was only a couple of
they ever actually
episodes.
showed it, or they just talked about it.
Well, I know they talked about it a
I
lot.
don't remember.
I want to say there was one episode where they show them coming around a corner and pulling up to the front of the bar or something. Yeah, that'd be one of them obscure movie cars. I could see putting one of them in my collection. Or if it was never visibly seen in an episode, as long as it's the right year, make, and what he said was in it, you're welcome to do whatever you want with it. You know, custom or stock. I believe it was a stock car. I don't think it was modified.
Oh, and when the drag generally here, there's not even manifolds or like headers on the motor. It's nothing. It's open cylinder head.
That'd be loud. That's what I thought, Phil. I thought so. My brain was seeing it come around a corner and pull up and stop, and he hops out.
My brain ain't brain.
I mean, if a car becomes the main character in a movie or TV series, somebody is sitting in the seat, right? So what if I built a model of Norm's bar stool next to Cliff's bar stool?
Sitting on the bar stool, acting like a darn fool. That's what I'm doing today. Y'all got fake red paint because I got the real red paint.
Oh, look at you. Step
Real.
above.
That's legit. The name of this red is real red. That means the rest of y'all's reds are fake. They're just fake.
Mine doesn't say fake red on it. What the hell? Liar.
All right. I'll be back. I'm gonna go outside and spray my antenna, make it chrome.
I have stoplight red. I have ruby red metallic red.
Red wine.
Makes me feel real good. Makes me feel
I figured somebody would eventually get to that song.
You know it. It was brewing. Had to wait for the grapes to ferment. It's a process, you know.
Everyone.
When that song came out, it was a good era. There was all kinds of memories from that days.
One day I'm gonna find myself a '59 Impala. I'm gonna paint it red, and I'm gonna use that song when I have it on the shelf.
It's been done.
Because I always make for my YouTube shorts. About the only time I make YouTube shorts is of the model on the shelf. Then I use a song.
Well, no wonder my channel ain't growing. My videos don't even have underwear, let alone shorts.
You gotta watch what you use, even on the short clips, because if it's
I mean,
if
my
it's a
most
screen from Sony or any of that, it's gonna get nicked and it erases all the sound.
Well, I've never made any shorts on my channel, but I was just saying they don't have I don't have shorts, let alone underwear or socks or sandals.
Yeah.
No shirt, no shoes. You know.
The algorithm spots stuff.
No
If
service.
it belongs to Sony, they yank it.
My most viewed YouTube short has like a little over 5,000 views, and it's Chris Griffin sniffing glue. Because he's sitting there like open the glue, take a sniff, and then he goes glue sniffer.
Really? Well, ain't that just messed up? Hey, Bruce,
Hey, what?
you just got a new sub.
Yay! Party dance! Party dance!
I was just gonna go check for your email and send you a message real quick, and I was like, "Wait, what? I'm not subscribed? Are you serious?"
Are you
And
sick?
every
Well, you
time I
may have
turn
been one
around,
time.
yeah, every time I turn around, I have to resub to people. It's asinine.
I know it is. It's just going to be a pain in the arse.
I had 487 subs, and now I have 481. It's like there for like 2 or 3 weeks. It would be add 6 takeaway 6, add 6 takeaway 6. It's like, fucking really?
Okay.
The algorithm doesn't know how to count?
Since he subbed, I'll lose 4 subs, and then 3 days later, I'll gain 5 back.
Well, part of that I'm sorry for. The rest of it I'm glad. Okay. I don't know which part of that I should be happy for or sad for.
Yeah, really. That looks pretty good, Jocelyn.
I got thanks. I got sprayed again on this one, so see a little bit of copper showing.
Bah. They
Yeah,
rub
let
through
it
the tree
sit
limbs.
and let it sit and give it another spritz.
And it won't take very long. This metallic silver that I use, it's like it's almost instant dry.
Instant dry. Brought to you.
I mean, you go to spray it, you get outside. You come in here, you set it down, and you sit there. You touch. It's like almost like dry. You get about maybe 5-10 minutes, and it's completely dry. So that's what I use on my engine parts and my exhaust. About all I use the metallic silver for.
The only time I ever use silver is if it's a base coat for a bright color. Or I just use the tester's brush on silver because I'm doing something like a dashboard detail or whatever.
My dad told me at work he forgot to grab it, but a guy that he works with found a model kit in his barn and brought it to work, I guess, to give to me and all that. It's a 70 Boss Mustang kit.
Cool.
Everything there is in the kit except the body. That's all. That's what's missing is the body. And I was like, I can still take it. I could probably make something of it, like make a dirt
Yeah,
track
I mean, somebody might actually have an extra body laying around. You don't know.
or that too. And then my dad's sitting there like, huh? And I was like, maybe I can make like a late model out of it
Yeah,
or something.
parts are parts, man. You always get parts, especially
He
free
said,
parts.
like, it's like, how? There's like no body. I'm like, I can use the garage sale sign, make my own custom body. And he's sitting there like, oh, I see.
There you go, Bruce. I just sent you a quick little email.
Okay.
Later, Horton.
Might want to
Hey,
check your
pal.
spam folder in case it shows up as spam since it's first time coming in. You never know. I've had that happen a few times. In fact, it just happened to me with Bob. I sent him a message, and I'm like, I went almost the whole day waiting for a reply, and then I checked my spam, and it's right there. I'm like, yep, okay.
Can
Bob's
you go?
not spam.
You go all day and you forgot to hit the send button.
Well, I just don't normally check my spam. I just usually wait like a week at a time and delete like 50 spam messages from. I run through the list. Nope, nobody important. Delete it. You know.
All right, should be dry enough now. Give another coat, and then it should be fine.
Phil is leaving us. Oh no. Get home safe, man.
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, I just committed one of the biggest modeling sins. I painted tiny parts on the sprue.
Oh, and now when you take them off, you got to do touch-ups.
No, it's like when I can't take off, it's part worth it. Should be fine. It's the teeny little side flat cover thingies for the thing. What's they called? Gear covers.
You know, the thingy thing.
The thingy thing?
Yeah, the thing in the jig.
You know the thing.
Yeah, the Who's What's It.
Hey, it didn't go to spam, Ryan. Oh, it didn't. It didn't show up as a notification on my phone. Must be related to YouTube.
This tiny little thing right here.
Yeah, that's
You
tiny.
can see it. And this little tiny little tab next to it. They are gear covers, apparently. Whatever.
Also, where the light above this table, I can see better now because I put in an LED light bulb.
So how many Jonathans did it take to change that light bulb?
I didn't change it. My dad changed it.
Oh, so it took 0 Jonathans to change the light bulb. Well, that answers that question.
Or how this is going to be. Then I seen I was like, much better.
3 licks to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
That's actually 2 licks and a bite.
You know the old question, right? How many people does it take to change a light bulb? How many light bulbs does it take to change a person?
Not 2 long, narrow ones at the proper wattage for about 20 minutes, and you get a nice suntan.
Yeah, that's a change. Legit.
I'm just going to do what Mr. Bean did. Just shoot out the light bulb.
Plur, plur. Looks silver to me.
Yep. I think it'll be good enough. Now let it set for a minute, and we'll put it on, and then do the final.
You
And
might
then
want to take a little more than a minute.
time. Going to do.
Don't want to mess up all that time you spent working on that.
Right.
Bing, bing, you got mail.
I do.
Hits the mailbox. Bam, you got mail. You're sitting there walking up to your mailbox. To check your mail. A car comes by, takes out your mailbox. Well, looks like I don't have to worry about this month's bills.
I've actually
It was
seen
that
that happen.
easy.
I went to go get my mail and it wasn't there. So, yeah.
I mean, I can't pay my bills if the bill's not there. So, we'll pay double on the next bill. Oh crap!
Out here, everybody has a mailbox alongside the highway, and the guy swerves to miss the dog, knocked down 3 mailboxes.
Well, at least you can hit the dog.
Exactly, he missed the dog. Mailboxes can be replaced. So can car fenders.
He missed one thing and hit 3 things.
Yeah. What are
It's
the
not a
odds?
perfect world. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Math isn't always our friend. I made $100. I spent $150. Math is not my friend.
My math isn't mathing.
Yeah, does not compute.
Usually, I make $100 and spend $300.
Sounds good, Butch. Or Bruce.
Okay, now I got the hood bent, and I need to make the windshield to fit the hood later.
One, two, three, four.
So I know how, but I've never done it myself. But how do you guys make like a tarp out of toilet paper? Is it just watered down glue or what?
You can use Mod Podge. You can use any kind of paper or even a thin fabric, tissue, toilet paper, whatever. I've used diluted school glue. I've actually used this smelly terrain fixer. This stuff's supposed to be used to like fix sand and gravel to your base.
So it's basically something that'll actually harden, so that
Yeah,
when it cures, then you can actually pick it up and move it as a single, not flexible piece kind of thing, right?
yeah,
Well,
most of the
But
time.
if I'm doing like a blue plastic one, I'll use thin aluminum foil, shape it the
Yeah,
way I want it, and just paint it.
yeah, that works.
Interesting. Okay.
Blue tarps, I've used the shop towel, paper towels.
The blue ones, yep.
Yeah, those make pretty decent tarps if you need larger pieces.
Yeah, because sometimes it's kind of about the texture, depending on how much
Yeah,
ruffle you want in it. Other times you want it kind of stretched
yeah,
out
and I
more
mean
like a canvas.
if your paper's super thin, you can always stack it up if you want something that looks heavier.
That's something I've seen on many a dioramas,
Hmm.
and I've always thought of different little ways to use that. But
Yeah, just regular canvas. I'll use like tissue paper or even Kleenex or something, and you can just that Mod Podge or
Even like wax paper, if you take a piece of wax paper or parchment paper and just kind of like crumble the heck out of it, just kind of wad it up and flatten it out, wad it up, flatten it out
like you
until it
used
gets
to do
nice and
with
wrinkly.
the paper bags that we use for book covers.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
that
could
makes it
definitely
look
see a
more
paper bag
warm.
working wonderful for that.
One of the thin, like the paper lunch sack ones. Yeah.
Interesting.
My sister did it, not me.
Jonathan, you don't have a sister. Oh, I'm kidding.
I wish. I
She's
mean,
not mine. I don't claim her.
I mean, how can I afford this? How much is my sister worth? $500,000. The government style like music starts playing it, and like, I got an idea.
I grew up in a house that was one bathroom and three sisters, so fortunately it was a farm. So you go
Poor
outside.
thing.
I had 7 kids, 1 bathroom, and a wife.
So you
I
eat outside a lot.
exactly. That's why I put up a privacy fence in my yard.
I was going to say, do you have a privacy fence and go out by the corner of the garage and be done with it?
Let this be a lesson to the modern people. If you're a guy with a gal and you have kids, don't have 2 bathrooms in the house. Have an outhouse outside with a mirror in it with a vanity for the people to put their makeup on. They won't be so high maintenance after that.
Yeah, really.
If you need to take up an entire room to put on your makeup, you've got a problem.
Right?
Because if you have a proper vanity mirror, you can plug that sucker in and stand at the kitchen counter and put your makeup on. Or you can do what I see some of these fool ass bitches doing around here, driving down the road putting on mascara.
How about trying being like my great grandpa? 7 kids in a 5-room house. Well,
That works.
well, not 7 kids, 7 people in a 5-room house. Two adults and 5 kids.
My
Not
mom's
the worst.
family, my mom has 4 siblings. So they have 5 kids total, grandma and grandpa, in a house that was, see, they had living room, kitchen, dining room, they had a small basement, they had 2 bedrooms on the main floor, which were super small, and then the attic with that angled ceiling, so like half-ass, half a room kind of attic. They raised
Right.
5 kids, 3 girls and 2 boys in that house.
And at the time, and that's in the 5-room house I'm in right now, because that's where, like, I'm living in that. Oh no, where I'm building my models at. That is where This is the house my grandpa grew up in, and this is the house my dad grew up in.
And that's the house you're growing up in.
Actually, no, I grew up in a single wide trailer.
You're growing up in that one, like it or not.
So this one will be his, you know. Fix it up, keep it rolling, man. Keep it in the
Yep.
family.
If you live in a place for more than a week, you're growing up in that place.
I mean, every once in a while, I'll come down here and stay down here. I'll just sleep on the couch. Well, because it's 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, and then a kitchen. When originally the kitchen didn't exist, and the small bedroom used to be the kitchen. And then when my great grandpa bought this house, which started out as a log camp, is what it was, a little log cabin, because there was log in this area at the time. This was back about almost 100 years ago. And then my great grandpa bought it, and then he built the kitchen part to it. So made another bedroom. So there was 3 bedrooms, a living room, and then they got the kitchen. That was before the bathroom was inside.
Yeah, I
Then
bet you can tell where the outhouse used to be. The grass probably grows real good there.
Yep.
and then when I think about when my dad was a teenager or something, that's when the bed, like a little bedroom, got turned into a bathroom or something, or when indoor plumbing went in, something like that. Because my dad still has the very bathtub he took a bath in as a kid. It's
Clawfoot?
it's sitting in front of the house with flowers in it,
Turned it into a flower pot.
and uh, and in
We
the back.
replaced our toilet one time and mom threw it out in the front yard and put flowers in it.
We had a number 10 wash tub. when I was a
Mom,
kid.
my mom takes bed frames and uses them for, like the headboard and footboard. She uses them to outline around certain garden areas that she wants the deer to stay away from. Because it's a flower bed, you know. Well, that's where the term came from, and it kind of makes sense to me.
And then to get to the attic, you gotta go up through a little ladder that goes up to the ceiling in the bathroom. And then you get up there, as soon as you step foot on the little small plywood, your next step, if you go forward, is onto the insulation, through the ceiling, into the floor.
I gotta walk on the rafters. Come on, man.
And there is plywood up there, or stuff up there, but there's not much up there. So.
I'm gonna say goodnight, guys. I'm gonna go find a recliner and a bologna sandwich and watch a movie.
Have
All
a good
right.
one, Bob.
All right, Bob.
Good night,
Yeah, Bob.
everybody.
Always
Night,
fun
Bob.
hanging out with you, bro.
And then have a cellar that I have to put my head down to walk in, because that's how low the ceiling is, and it's right below the small bedroom. So and to
Is
this
it an
house is
actual old school root cellar, like dug into the ground?
Cold storage.
yeah, it's like a little bit dug in the ground, a little bit raised, but yeah, kind of. Because this house is basically sitting on cinder blocks.
That's the way ours is. 2 rows of cinder blocks and a crawl space under the house. You can you can stand up on your knees, but not on your feet. It's like a 3.5 foot tall crawl space.
Like like you can see the dirt and all that, and it's not like a brick, like a cinder block wall all the way around. It's just cinder blocks here and there, and there you go. And say if this house were to like collapse, basically the small bedroom would be about the safe place to be, because it's on top of the cellar. It's only 30 things, so.
Yeah, you might want to get an engineer out there to take a look at that before you invest anything in it.
Not to mention, my dad ran a tractor into the side of the house.
I don't think I want the explanation for that.
And he was cutting grass with the tractor because at the time our lawnmower quit working, and we didn't have, I guess, money or something to get another ride mower at the time. Or we're still looking to find one. And I guess he wasn't paying attention. He ran the bucket of the tractor into the side of this house. And of all rooms, it was the bathroom.
You're just adding ventilation, is all.
And I remember that day playing. I can't remember. I think it was probably about 5 years ago, something like that. That I remember when it happened, my dad broke down in tears on it. Like, he went to the bathroom, broke down in tears and all that. And I was sitting there, was like, because I like didn't really know what to do at the time. So I was like,
Yeah,
let my dad be. I mean, which I understand. If it was me, I would have done the same thing. Because I mean, it was the house you grew up in, the house your dad grew up in. So
Yeah, sometimes you just got to know that mistakes happen.
yeah,
Things get broken, or little glass chunks go flying.
so
yeah,
it's
it can all be fixed. Just make sure that the main part of the structure is solid before you invest any large amounts of money into it.
it's not even fully fixed. It's just kind of fixed on the outside, and there's some insulation.
Yeah,
It's
just like I
pat.
said, just make sure that the actual building itself is solid enough to be a foundation for rebuilding it back into a livable environment.
Yeah, it's like the Bible says: don't build on shifting sand, build on stable rock.
And tell that to the people who are building the buildings in Dubai. They're out building them in the middle of the freaking water.
I
So
think that'd be good enough, like with the of how the antenna's been on it.
It would be one long, smooth curve. It wouldn't have a sharp curve like where you're holding it, but yeah. I think if you snipped it right at the very top of that curve, would be
Yeah,
perfect.
roughly. Because which I gotta paint it again after messing with it, but it's
Ah,
finally.
see, should have let it sit more than a minute.
Yeah, let's about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that looks just fine. Put it back in your little clampy thing and have it set exactly where you want it, and then grab the clamp, put a little dab of glue on it, and set it back where you want it. And then just let it sit there until you can take the clamp off.
Yeah, it's roughly about how I want it. Get it going. It's like it's towards like the glass, right?
It's really close to that trunk line.
Because I figured it was like center or something.
No,
a
it's
little bit
on
further up.
the real car. It's about an inch from that trunk line.
Okay.
Hey, Edward.
Hey, Edward.
Anyway,
I'll be right back. I gotta go do that shot.
Hey, Edward.
now this isn't the Edward with scissor hands, right? Just had to ask. Don't have a friend to ask for, so I'm asking for myself. So, do you have a schedule, Bruce, or just any day of work?
Well, it depends on doctor's visits.
So you got a sporadic schedule.
yeah, it's a seat of your pants schedule.
Right.
Is that about roughly where it needs to be?
Close enough by me, yeah. About level
Yeah,
with where
that's
the
about right.
gas filler is at, yeah.
All right, just make sure before I go apply the glue and mess up.
Just bada boom it.
Wada bing, wada boom.
And once you get it on there, just let her sit for a good 10, 15 minutes to make sure, because you're gluing to the paint on the car. And
Now, I do have one suggestion. Before you glue it down, right underneath that, take your X-Acto knife and scrape a little bitty line right there, and then put your drop of glue on it and then set it on there. And that'll give that glue something to bite to besides the paint.
right, because like I said, if you just dab it on there and it's glued to the paint, it could pop off of there and leave a mark. Whereas if you
Yep.
can get down to the plastic, then you know it's going to be secured.
Just take the tip of your X-Acto knife and scratch your little line.
Or
Not-
just kind of spin your blade like you're drilling a hole, just enough to get through the paint.
Yeah,
to give
something
it
like that.
something to bite on.
I'm sitting there like, I really don't want to do this because I don't want to mess up the paint. That's what's going through my.
Look at it this way. It's a
That's-
conversation piece.
Just stand your knife up straight, and then all you're going to do is just spin it. Just give it a quick little spin. There you go. And all you want to do is make sure that you're through the paint into the actual body.
Now, when you see the plastic of the car, then you know you're there. What little girl?
What's your name, little?
Serious little
Edward.
girl?
Yeah, I can.
Hold on.
Yep. That's all you really need. It just needs something for the glue to get down into the actual plastic.
Yep. Well, I'll be back. I got a little girl that needs to go pee pee.
Get it in.
Pee.
You can do the same thing when you put on like side mirrors or any of your little body detail stuff like that. Just make sure you get through the paint into the plastic, and when you glue it on, you're good to go. And I would take that toothpick you used earlier and put that little dab of glue on the tip of the toothpick and then dab the toothpick on there so you got a really small, concise area piece of glue. Because if you put too much on there and you set the piece down, it's going to squish out from around it.
Yeah.
Just don't drop the toothpick.
That's some. That's some. I just saw some. Another thing I need to redo. I need to build another Smoking the Bandit 77 Trans Am. Because I've built one, and that was my third model.
Well, what was your second?
A 1969 Dodge Charger. That I called the Coca-Cola Charger. That was basically a snap kit. Was my second one.
Oh, the 7-Up one. Gotcha.
No, Coca-Cola.
Oh, Coca-Cola. Yeah, it's got the bubbles and the orange and green or red and green, whatever it was. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, rebuilding a smoky car. That'd be cool.
Because the last time I built one, which it was fine until I went to put the decals. The decals were horrible.
Oh,
Like
they really are trying to get them to go around compound corners and over the wheel arches and around all the glass and headlights, and yeah, there are a lot of decals on a Bandit car.
If I remember right, like I think like as he was like taking it off the little paper, it was splitting in pieces.
Yeah, that'll happen if it's what I found is if you're using warm water, when you take it out of the water, set it down on a napkin and count to 10 or 20. Then try to make sure it'll move. And if it don't move, put it back in the water and check again and set it back down on the napkin to let it soak off some of the water. And then make sure you dip your finger in the water and smear it on where the goes on the car and then slide it off, and it should still be movable, because sometimes you get the decals that don't want to slide on the car once you set them down.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a drop. You get one shot.
I don't know. I might make 2 YouTube shorts of this because you got, of course, the theme song, "Good Old Boys," and then you got the Johnny Cash song that's talking about the car itself.
What'd you do, Mike? And welcome back, by the way. Were you watching us while you were making a video?
Also, one thing I don't understand with this generally drag car, I look in the interior. The interior is blue, or at least it looks blue. If not, it's black.
Well, obviously they had a design in mind when they were building it.
Yeah, let me take the body off the chassis. Should be able to, because I don't think it's even glued to the chassis. Is not even glued to the body.
Count yourself lucky. My glue bomb that I had of the General, it was glued all the way down the rocker. Oh yeah, the whole copyright thing. Let me guess, you tried to upload it and it reminded you that there's a copyright claim on there, and you're like, oh no, gotta take it down, re-edit.
Well, like one millisecond of that song. Oh, copyright.
There's something that I've found. If you're using DaVinci Resolve, click on the music file, and then go to the edit page. copy, edit, whatever page it is, and you can speed it up. If you speed it up more than 0.50, it's usually faster than Spotify or whatever they use to check what songs there are. The beat, the rhythm, the whole thing changes to an upbeat tempo, so it won't actually match with what they're trying to look for. But it's the same song, it's just really fast. Or if you got a super fast, heavy song or whatever, you can slow it down to break up that beat count.
I don't know if it's a copyright or not, but I'm gonna try to use the end credits song that they use in the TV show. I don't know if it's copyright or not. If it's not, I'm gonna use it.
I guarantee you it is. If
What
it's
I
in
did,
a TV or a movie or a video game, it's copyright. Guarantee it. You're best to just use the YouTube library and hope that they haven't been in there for so long that they ended up with a copyright and never removed it.
but yeah, it's blue with white cloth.
Yeah, I see that.
I don't know what was going through this person's mind when he built this thing.
He wanted to go fast.
And he wants to go fast, but he has open cylinder heads and transmission's not even attached to the drive shaft. And
I guarantee you he didn't have as many parts in his parts box as he was hoping for.
I mean, at least attach transmission to the drive shaft, but no, he puts it in between the frame and the interior tube. So you're not going to go fast, buddy. Unless
it's a model car and the wheels don't roll, so it ain't going fast anyway.
Unless it happens somehow, some way, be a front wheel drive.
No.
If so, it's a disgrace. Ow. I just moved the wrong way trying to pick up a little blowtorch that I accidentally kicked over and moved the wrong way. I'm going to ask Kevin for a tech advice. I think he knows everything.
You know, the orange car with blue interior and a little bit of white, I'm thinking they were a Denver Broncos fan. I'm just thinking.
And I might try to redo this one day and do it like the stand-up generally, which I think it's just normal. Like even the hood is normal. It's just the only thing it does stands up. If I remember right from what I've seen of the stand-up generally. So that means small block Chevy, bye-bye. All this nonsense here, bye-bye. All the wheel nonsense, bye-bye. New hood.
Why a new hood? You can fill that in. Once you get your garage sale sign, you can fill that.
Yeah, but then too, I also got that big old scratch. And then I'll have to get me another set of decals because I know these are garbage. And probably repaint it. Or actually, not even paint it at all. I think it's just the mold.
Yeah, I don't know if that decal would last if you put tape on it to mask it off and then sprayed the car and then peeled the tape off. It'd probably pull the decal with it.
Yeah, and two, who knows how old it is anyways.
That was probably one of the original, had the rebel flag on the box when it was built kind of thing.
Maybe.
That'd be my guess.
Oh, I'm not getting rid of my first builds, which I'm definitely not getting rid of that one. Because, well, it's a General Lee. I can't get rid of it.
I bet you Bo and Luke would buy it.
No. So the next one I'm going to build of the Dukes of Hazzard will be, I need another 78 Dodge Monaco police car kit to do Roscoe and Enos's because I'm gonna make that a double build video. I'm gonna build one. My dad's gonna build one. But
Right.
until then, it's gonna be Daisy's car. That'll be the next one.
Nice.
The set.
I seen they released the Jeep, so that should be out before long.
The original car, the 74 Roadrunner, not the 71 Satellite that blew up on the side of the mountain and then she got a Jeep.
Right.
Which I got a Golden Hawk Jeep that I was originally going to make Daisy's Jeep out of. Then I got it for Christmas. And like 3 days later, I found out there's a Golden Eagle kit Jeep kit coming out. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Yep, the MPC Golden Eagle. That's Daisy's kit.
Actually,
that's what they originally released as Daisy's kit, and it had the Daisy where it would say Golden Eagle or Renegade on the side of the hood.
Now
it
the
said
Golden
Daisy.
That's being released. It's a Revell kit, so can't wait for that. Once I get it, or once it gets online, I'll probably just order it. Then
Mikey's triggered. He doesn't like seeing that flag.
for the rest of the video, this is all you're seeing. Whether you like it or not.
That's not even the right amount of stripes.
So what? Big deal. It's just a flag.
At least it's not a rainbow.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. But that's evil right there. Oh no.
I wouldn't mind doing a black version of the General Lee with the orange numbers on the side and a POW flag on the roof. I think that'd be kick-ass.
I don't know. Boss Hog's car, it's going to be like probably completely 3D printed. The entire thing. And then for Jesse's truck, the closest Ford truck kit I've seen is a 72. And I've seen that, I've searched it and it says that Uncle Jesse's pickup was a 73. So when I'm going to get the 72 Ford pickup kit, which is it's Mobius kit, and I'm gonna have somebody 3D print me a 73 Ford front end, and I'm gonna put on it.
Yeah, that's about all you can do nowadays, really.
Mm-hmm. Then of course you gotta have Chevrolet along the bunch. That's why I'm going to build the Cooter's original tow truck, the 69 or 70 Chevrolet pickup.
And don't forget Cooter's Camaro.
That's not
Camaro. His Camaro was badass.
Doing main car cast. After I do the main car cast, I might go and do the other cars that are part of the show.
Yeah, like I said, I got that '67 Mustang. You can make that look like the race car. Because that was in like 3-4 episodes, if not more.
It was
I think it was even in the actual movie one too.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Then get the 69 Chevelle with the cleaner sticking out of it, and Cooter with his broken foot is like, nah, I'm gonna drive around and my foot stuck.
There's also one of two other cars you need to pick up. Either the Ford LTD police car, which is a 4-door. Don't put the police stuff on it, but the bad guys always drove 4-doors. So rather it's the 67 Supernatural 4-door Impala or the Ford police car or any of those older, bigger, usually 4-doors.
I think like towards like midway through the show and towards the end of the show, it's like seemed like they drove like mainly like Malibus.
Well, and most of the older ones, they were just big cars. Anything common like an LTD or a Thunderbird or just anything big, really. Just because they always came with good displacement and they didn't have to do anything to them. They were just a factory car. They weren't hopped up to be getaway or race car or anything. Didn't need no roll bars, They were just bad guy cars. So, I mean, if you got the whole Dukes of Hazzard set up, you got to have a bad guy car.
For some reason, this looks like one of them, like almost like a mud hopper. Well, it kind of looks like to me all of a sudden, because like some of them guys like have like the Jeep and all that. You can see the roll cage and all that. So it
Right.
kind of reminds me for some odd reason. Just in there, just looking at them, like, why does that not remind me of that?
Probably because of the square wheel well opening up front. Kind of
Maybe.
gives it that Jeep look to it.
All right, moment of truth.
Leave it sit. Leave it sit.
I'm gonna undo this and see.
The easy way to do that is take your clippers and right at the top of the arc, clip it.
Well, I know I was just undoing this part. I was gonna do that first, and then like to see make sure it stays, and then I was might do the clip, but it might be smarter just to clip it here where it's at now.
If you clip it, then it's from the very top forward is all the weight that's there. If you release that clamp, then everything that's sticking back is going to cause it to want to lean back to the bumper.
So probably like what, about here?
Yeah, just about right in the middle there. Yeah. Looks like it's glued on.
It's not wanting to snip.
Well, then disconnect your clamp and wiggle it back and forth. Usually, if you use the very tips of them instead of the very back or middle of them, they work better.
I'm gonna try my pliers if I can figure out what I did with them.
Shit, even fingernail clippers ought to clip that. It's just copper wire.
Yeah, it's very thin. That did the trick.
There you go. Now you can move the third end out of the way. And
there we go.
Looks like she was hanging on her own.
Yeah.
Now you just need a coon tail to hang off the end of it.
I was sitting there thinking that needs a ball, but okay.
Yeah, a tennis ball or something, right?
on the General Lee itself, I don't think it had anything at the end. I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
A real antenna does have a ball at the end. It's real
yes,
tiny.
they do.
Yeah, you ain't gonna replicate that with anything other than a dab of glue at best.
And you know, that was the only TV show I ever seen is well, besides Keep On Trucking or whatever it was, but the CB radios will go from hundreds of miles. And in fact, they only go about 5-6 miles.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, you can't talk to somebody in another state unless you're near the state line.
No. Okay, the closest town to me is 6 miles away, and I just barely can't talk to them.
You can if the trucker's coming towards you.
Well, yeah.
Eddie Bear.
If that town's moving, there's a problem.
Right.
Biggin.
Yeah, one of us are on a continental drift.
Yeah, going the wrong direction.
Yeah. I would say you're breaking up, but I think it's the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny, right?
Down to the tip of it. You know what?
Have a good night, Edward. Hope your back gets feeling better. I know mine hurts too. So.
Night, Edward. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get over here myself.
Yeah, which I'm going to end it here real soon, just once I get done.
Because it's time for shots and pills and all those adult things.
Ooh, yuck. Adult stuff.
Yeah. The not good adult things.
You know what I'm going to do when I become an adult?
Don't grow old?
No idea.
Act like a kid.
I still do that.
Yeah, there ain't no limits to that. If you've ever shopped at a Toys R Us kids store, you don't have to grow
up. I'm just a 70-year-old kid.
You're just a big kid's all it is. I'm a big kid now.
Uh-huh.
Even your pull-ups. Knocked over the torch again.
Hey, I call them depends. All right.
So anyway, guys, gals, and anybody else left in chat, night night.
Have a good one, Bruce. I'll be
We'll
in touch.
see y'all later. Tomorrow, Brian's live, I guess.
Yep.
So take care, everybody. You too, Mini Mike.
Have
Bye
a good
now.
one.
Night. Later. Later, Dad. Oh man, I think it looked. See, probably roughly how it's going to look in the air when I go to do it. It's going to be roughly like probably like that, something like that.
Got to be close. Got to be close to the jump to be at that much of an angle.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Yeah, I think they're a pretty good job. Difference, besides all the junk on that one is decal on the trunk and then the antenna.
You didn't do the 2 black dots on the hood.
I can't remember if it had it on the general or not. Just for me, it looks better with without the black dots. Which I don't know. I didn't really pay attention.
Doesn't it have hood pins on it?
Yeah, but I don't think the generally itself had hood pins on it. So
I think it did. I'm almost pretty sure it did.
If it did, I don't remember seeing it. But I'm.
Yeah.
Night, Dad. Night. Bye bye. Yeah, I think it did pretty good.
I agree.
Here's the old custom roll bar that I made out of the roll bar that came with the kit. I just glued the entire thing together and just started snipping. That one I can't remember, but it was laying down.
Yeah, they didn't do a very good job on the roll bar in that kit, that's for sure.
I mean, if you was wanting to build the Carnival Thrills one where they get ready to jump like 42 parked cars, when Bo and sitting there strapping in, you can see an entire like roll bar in the car.
Well, each car had its own purpose. Some were for jumps, some were for stunts, some were just for driving.
That one was a stunt one. I guess they used the film then. So, thanks, Andrew and Lewis.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
Yeah, and I've heard that like the model building corner, Joe. He's told me that Roscoe and Enos's like decals like on their cars are like different. I think Enos's is like silver. I think he said, and like Roscoe is like gold.
That's the difference between a sheriff and a deputy.
So I'd have to get a set of those decals. So basically, as of right now, Roscoe and Enos's car are on hold until we get another '78 Dodge Monaco police car. And so is Uncle Jesse's, and so is Cooter's, and so is Boss Hogs, and so is Daisy's Jeep. But I can do Ricardo.
Yeah, at least you got the next project lined up.
See, now I don't. Probably going to start on my Pro Mod and Paula now. Once I go get the garage sale signs.
Yeah, like I said, the smaller ones are super thin and the bigger ones are thicker.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get the big ones because I'm probably gonna have to put like 2 or 3 on them to get it as thick as the styrene.
Well, that's what I mean. If you buy the thicker ones, they're a little thinner than the actual styrene, but closer.
Because which I got it yesterday. I was waiting on a transmission and a hood scoop from Jason because he's been 3D printing mine. He 3D printed me a
The cowl hood.
that and a motor for it.
What's up, Lewis?
But he didn't want to. Well, he didn't print me a transmission, so I asked for a transmission. So I was put on hold because I'm building the motor first because so I can know what I need to do with the engine compartment area. So like if I need to cut something or wherever, which probably end up cutting the fender wells out with both the frame and the body.
What's up, Lewis? You getting ready to sit and build?
Yeah, I'm actually sizing down some 3D pieces so I can try to print them up for Pappy.
Nice.
I sent an email to you.
I got it, buddy. I went through and I found it.
Okay.
I got it. PO box, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. I'll send my address too because I just put something like hi just to make sure you you got it before I sent my address. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I did get it, and I got some stuff for you. I got some stuff that you had asked on one of the streams before, and I knew I had it. I just had to dig it out. But I'd rather see you. I know you'd put it together, so I'd rather you have it and do something good with it.
I will say this. I forgot what it even was, and I just want to keep it a surprise. So don't tell me what. I'll wait until when I get to open up the box and surprise myself. So.
Yeah, you'll like it. It's I mean, I'll just tell you one. It is a sealed kit, so it hasn't been touched.
All right.
Yeah, but like I said, I got quite a few, and I'd rather see them be built and enjoyed than just than just. Well, they won't collect dust, but I'd rather see them built. So
well,
just
it's the phrase,
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if you've seen people stack some models, anything under the first one doesn't get any dust on it except for the one facing edge, but it's still sitting there collecting dust until they grab it.
I got like two or three models that need to be built like they're because what I'm doing, I'm building my older ones first before I built my newer ones.
Yeah. Well, I know you asked for this, so you may end up just building this one before you build something else.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens with the collection, ain't it, Lewis? You buy three, and then all of a sudden you see one, you're like, "Ooh, I got to build this," and then the other two get set on hold, and then you buy four more, and then, "Ooh, I got to get one of these," and then now you got like 9 in the stash.
Yeah. Well, what usually happens is you see it, and then you're like, "Oh man, I may not see this here again," and then you get it, and you get it. Yeah, and it's happened to me, man. It's happened to me more times than you can, than you can imagine. I see it, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll be back next week, when I get a better check, and then you show up, and it's gone.
Yep, that's
and
why
you never,
the time to buy it is when you see
and
it.
you never see it. You never see it again, or you see it at a show, and it's like 2 or 3 times more than what you could have got it for, and you're like,
or even if it's still at a retail price, you're at a show. So there's a wider selection of stuff that takes priority.
Yes. That's happened to me too.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this kit just came out. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go get one that hasn't been out in a long time.
Yeah, like I've been waiting for the Charger Pursuit car.
The new one, yeah.
Yeah, the new one. I mean, I know it's the only. I know the only difference in it is that they've added like the police parts to the old Charger. I think it's like a 22 Charger actually.
It's
yeah, new
Charger.
It's new issue, yeah.
Yeah, and they just issued it, but I still can't find it. And I'm hoping Hobby Lobby carries it because Hobby Lobby was actually they were actually pretty fast on carrying the 20 Charger, and they still have it. Believe it or not.
Lobby the other last week, and they did not have it. Like, and then too with my like local hobby store, like with that 2021 Dodge Charger, I was wanting it so bad. Like when it like first when it came out and all that, it after when that came out, that was like about a year ago. And then around Christmas time, I seen it like 2-3 days between Christmas. I went in there looking. I was like, oh, if it wasn't as close to Christmas, I would get it.
Right?
After, like 2-3 days after Christmas, went to the hobby store and came home with like 4 model kits, and I went Christmas shopping for myself. So I came home with a
Nice.
charger, and that was like a year like after it got released like to stores. So at least that's here in West Virginia. I don't know about other states. So
Yeah, everything is situational geographically because
Yeah.
you can have two people live 100 miles apart and they both go to the opposite directions to their next biggest town. One store has it and the other don't. And then next time, the other store has something that the other one don't, you know?
Mm-hmm.
and
And something else with retail too, it doesn't matter what the product is. If there's a multiple amount of stores, they will purposely put different products at each store. The whole idea is to get you to go to that other store. Because
Yeah.
if you go to that other store, the odds are good you're going to spend money besides getting the item you're looking for.
That's why some Walmarts have models and some don't.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you know what's kind
And
of
why
funny
in
though?
my store there's different product lines at each store that are not,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
parts of a line will be at one store, but if you want a specific one, it's probably not at this one. You got to go over there. Yeah.
Right.
But
so
if you're patient enough, and you just troll the aisles at Hobby Lobby from time to time, just look at the models, because if you see that little orange sticker, they're usually under $10. They're usually like $9, and they're
That would be
and
the
they're
only time I would buy a kit at Hobby Lobby. Would be on
yeah.
the clearance or sale.
It's
Damaged
been
box, we marked down a lot.
it's been a long time, unless it's a holy grail kit of mine or something that I really want that I've paid full price for. I always end up getting the bargains. I always end up getting.
Well, see, that's
Yeah.
that's
I
the
look for
model
my
builders.
bargains at the
That's the
show.
model builders 101. If
Yeah,
it's
and that's what I've
cheaper
been.
than ever, you always buy it, even if it's something you won't build.
Yeah, and that's what
Usually.
I'd
that's
rather support my mom and pop shop.
yeah, and that's what I've been trying to teach Andrew, and he's kind of gotten the hang of it now, because now he'll when they try to tell him to take it, and he looks at me, and I'm like, we could go look at, there's a whole bunch of other vendors, we can go look, and he'll say we'll come back, and then he goes and he usually finds it for less somewhere else.
Right.
And if he doesn't find it for less, he's usually able to swindle 2 kits for less. So he'll end up getting 2 kits for like, for like $15-20, where they wanted, $20 for just 1 kit.
Right.
So he's learning, but he still sees plastic, and he just
He
he
just
just
sees
wants.
something you want. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
got a
But
limited view.
Explaining that is difficult for all kids at all stages. So
see, with this kit right here, this is the kit I used to make the General Lee out of, because it's basically the same exact kit as that one right there, except just decals and
yeah,
rim.
you're lucky
The
you got
only
a halfway
difference is
decent one to work with, Jonathan. Mine is like set for the scrap pile. It's gonna actually be in my garage diorama as a busted ass old car in the back of the field.
I've had
the
this,
only difference in those 2 kits, John, is the box art.
Yeah.
Box art
Yeah.
and decals, and that's the only difference in the 2.
well, that and this one, this kit comes with Krager's.
Well, that's irrelevant, but I mean, if 100% of both kits are identical and then there's more than one, that's irrelevant.
And I've had this kit for a while. Like, I did not get this kit this past Christmas. I got it the year before the Christmas before this past Christmas. So I've had this for like about a year and a quarter, something like that. Because I was originally going to make this like the General Grant, like the Union version of the General Lee. And my dad said he thinks it was in the TV show because we was watching Dukes of Hazzard at the time. So I was like, okay, I'll go wait till we finish the show before I do it. Well, it never was. They never actually put one in the show. Because I've seen pictures of people actually made one. So I was confused about the number. So I've seen 65, I've seen 50. So I was waiting, and then, well, it was never in the show. So I was like, but now I'm just going to build another generally make it look better than the first one. So that's what I decided to do with it.
Well, that's where Google Images comes in handy, man.
And does it
Go ahead,
and does it, Jonathan? Does your latest creation look better than the first creation?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's not stuff all over the windshield. There's not stuff all over the body. Where's the hood?
Okay.
That's what it's all about. It's getting a little better and learning something new each time.
Oh,
like today, you learned how to make an antenna.
Yeah.
But don't get rid of your first creation, because that's always going to be. That's the one thing I regret is after I moved to Georgia from California, my mother did call me and ask me if what I wanted to do with the kids I had left behind, and I was starting a family, and I just said, hey, it don't really matter. So she got rid of them. She kept my paints, and she sent my paints, and that's one thing that I've got a ton of, and I got paints that I've had for literally over 30 years. As long as you keep them clean and sealed, they'll last you forever.
Yeah, I've got some little tiny testers bottles and the little Humbrol cans that look like an actual can of house paint. I have ones of those that are so old, they have the little holes where the little handles used to be. They actually did have handles on them at one point.
All right.
And they were like 15, 20 cents a tin, that little tiny tin.
Wow.
And I just used it for detail work. They're great, And they still make the product.
Oh, they still making them?
Yeah, Humbrol's still around. They've actually moved up in the world. They have a water-based acrylic line and an airbrush line.
Oh man!
And
Hey, Jonathan, Jonathan, you have any airbrushes?
Nope.
You have a compressor?
Yeah, it's kind of a big one. Like you use like to pump tires up.
Yeah, that'll still work.
As long as it's got a pressure regulator.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see what I have in my stash as far as airbrushes. I'll get you an airbrush kit. I'm not sure about a compressor, but I'll get you an airbrush or two.
Okay.
That way you can play around with them. But yeah, but compressors, sometimes you can find compressors like for real cheap at a yard sale. I'll see what I have. I'll see what I have, and I'll put you together a nice little care package, buddy.
And also bypassing the model department, if you have like a Farm and Fleet, Fleet Farm, L&M, any of that horse farm kind of store, you can ask people in there if they have a compressor. Don't tell them air compressor, because they use them for like air pumps and stuff, like a hard hydraulics car kind of thing. It's the same thing. It's a little motor that pumps air, right? And as long as you can put a regulator on it, plug it in instead of connecting it to a car battery, you got a compressor for about the same price,
Yeah. Yep.
From way it's sitting right now, tell me what the difference is from way it's looking right now.
Well, for starters, you're right about the windshield. It looks like our dog Ryder licked the windshield, and then that front push bar is a little bit cantilevered.
Yeah.
Doesn't look as shiny.
If I had to circle all the, can you spot the differences? I'd be up to about 6 right now.
Just look at like roughly like straight looking at it. This is not like sideways looking underneath and all that. Because there's other differences too.
Yeah, well, you built that a while ago, so I'm pretty sure time has warped that body into its little um, into its little sideways kick up on top.
Well, I think part of that was just the angle of the camera. I don't think it's actually warped at all.
Another difference is the chrome trim. On this one, I took a paintbrush to aluminum paint and painted on. This one's done with silver marker, chrome Sharpie.
Sharpie, yeah.
And then there's a bunch of stuff all over the body in places on the hood and all that. There's not on this one. The tires are the same thing because I tried actually blackwashing this, but it didn't help because I had to paint it to make it look right. And this one originally, the custom roll bar, it fell down after it got assembled because I didn't glue it very well. So it laid down it was like that for a long time. But I made sure it was glued in this generally. The rears are probably about the same, except one's chrome trim and one's up. Hold on a minute. I just realized something. I don't have a General Lee license plate on here. This one does. And I do have an extra General Lee license plate.
Well, there you go.
I just realized that there's not even a General Lee license plate. All right, now let's go engines. Compare engines. Let's see. Let's go for the first one. It's all orange in here. The distributor is sideways, pointed down, and the master cylinder is black. This kit was molded in black. This one was molded in white. There's also another difference too. Then interior, they're about the same with interiors of like how the paint, because they're both hand painted a tan. Let's see. Now let's go. Well, I actually forgot this one. Engine compartment. Battery looks better, and what you're seeing is the mold itself. I did not paint it at all because the fender wells are molded on with the
chassis.
Chassis, yeah. Ugh. Decals are about the same, except this one's actually like a blue. That one's like a black.
You also notice how on the new one, the General Lee in the middle of the flag, that white stripe is real thin compared to the other one where it's thicker.
Yeah.
See how thick it is on the original one?
Mm-hmm. And here's another difference.
Yeah, glued on.
This one, I made sure the body was glued to the frame, so I didn't have to deal with the looseness. On this one, it's orange underneath. We painted it orange. Also, that's another difference with the motor. It's not even chrome in at all. Did that with the exhaust, and then
your little radiator thingy.
Yep, there's that air cooler or wherever it is. Then you got this one. It's the mold frame. Never didn't paint it. Exhaust. There's the underneath the motor difference. And I made sure the air cooler thing was glued in.
Now, did you put black tips on your exhaust tips on both of them or neither of them?
Yeah, I put on both of them.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, the big difference is the decal here by the window and the antenna. Also, another difference is different glues. This one was CA glue. This one was tester's glue, except for what I fixed, because I had to fix my push bar, and I had to I went ahead and fixed my roll bar while I had the body off, because I took the body off to see how it was in there when I was getting the interior ready for this one. Fix the roll bars. Like, other than that, everything is the tester's glue. What I started out with. I think when I started on my 7th model, I switched to CE glue and been with CE glue ever since.
There ain't nothing wrong with the tester stuff. You just gotta know how to use it.
And also with the hood, this one has the black inserts. That one don't. Which I don't know if the actual generally had it in real life or not. Didn't. Well, in the show, didn't pay attention enough for that. Which I didn't church either. I was too lazy to do that. But and there is hood pins, but I don't think they generally had hood pins. So
We can find out. Nope. Nope.
yeah, I thought I was right.
Yeah, they're not even painted orange or anything. They're just non-existent. Did you paint your little side marker lights on either of them?
Oh, that's actually one thing I did not do on my newer generally. I forgot all about the marker lights. I think this one I did on the signal lights, but I think it kind of blended in with the orange. Looks like it didn't do I guess it's like brake light or something. I don't know on the side. What do you call these at the rear of the rail light?
Well, I'm looking at a picture of the real car, and there's no sign of those little things on the hood.
What
But
the little?
there is a side mirror.
I'll probably have to dig through model kits just to find a side mirror.
Yeah, it's one of the round ones.
I mean, I could just leave it alone because, I mean, later in the show, there was no marker light because it was like, no, we're tired of putting the marker light. We're just going to just fill it all in. Because of all like probably the 68s and 70s, they were converting to 69s.
Well, there is a difference because a 68 has the round light, 69 and 70 have the square rectangular kind of light.
Which I've built a 68, which I need to redo it because it's crap. Because I put two parts upside down, and it's basically looks like the front of the car is lowered, and it's all bunch of stuff all over the body. Like it's worse than this one. And did it up at the 68 Charger and Bullet.
It's worse, sir.
But here's also the thing. I also did the Steve McQueen's Mustang, and it turned out pretty nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it's showing no side marker lights either on the real car.
I'll probably just leave it the way it is. Probably won't mess with the marker.
Well, here's a tricky question for you.
What?
Did you weld your door shut?
They
had to ask.
They were welded for me by the factory.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, you got this one that's, I guess you could say, a piece of junk, but
it was one of the parts cars that they replaced front ends with and stuff. That would be a good idea for a parts car version. Cut the quarter panels off, take the fenders off, kind of remove some of the pieces. Like, yeah, that was one of the parts cars we used to keep one of these running for the show. Because their back lot had to be full of them.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's some other Chargers I could do that were in the show. There was a white Dodge 69 Dodge Charger. Was an episode of when Kelly Alborough was I think in Hazard or something. That was the race car he had. It had like a supercharger on it.
Right.
That one. Of course, what it was before it got turned to generally, which was it was a black Charger.
Blue.
No, it was black, or maybe it was just a really dark blue. It looked black.
Really dark blue. Yeah. I've seen quite a few people do the actual model builds of the original when they pulled it out and brought it to Cooter, and then he came out with it in orange.
Then There was an episode, for some odd reason, they painted the General Lee green for some odd reason. I don't know. I can't remember the reason why.
I still think the glow in the dark one would be fun.
That one, and then
I used to have that.
The kit, yeah.
and then
Yeah, back in the day.
the very first General Lee, which was in another episode, I think it was Repo Man. The car that was used for Richard Petty's that commercial he did, where he, I guess, jumped it or wrecked it, crashed it or something, and it was going to make a race car out of it. I think Bo Luke was. You got that one.
So Lewis, with the glow in the dark one, was it based on this kit or was it the snap to
Yeah, it was exact same. It was the exact same kit. You remember? I guess one of the episodes. It was a it was a ghost generally.
Yep, yep. Because
So
it went into the lake and they thought it was dead and gone, but Cooter
Yeah.
pulled it out. Yep.
Yep.
I remember
Sure.
the episode.
Sure enough, and it was ghost, and it was yeah, and it glowed in the dark. It was the exact same thing. I don't know how it was treated or what kind of plastic it was, but it did. It glowed orange in the dark.
Well, AMT had, or MPC had, the glow in the dark stuff for when they did like the mummy coat or the mummy monster. You know, it's like a 32 Ford with a skull on it. They had the Creepy T and the Nightcrawler. Those three were molded in glow in the dark stuff. So all they had to do was take the glow in the dark plastic, add orange into it until they got it close enough, and then it glows orange. Change the pigment.
They
in it.
also put the glow in the dark stuff on the Ghoul Duo.
Yeah, they had some in that.
Yeah, Ghoul Duo. And something I just brought home today. You guys know how I like figures as well.
Yep.
I got the other X Plus Vampirella. I have the one I started. It's got the headstone, the cross-shaped headstone on the base. I got the other one with her holding the bat, and it's the glow in the dark one.
Nice.
Yeah,
glow in the dark plastic's been around for a long time, so it's and they also have the paint. Go ahead.
That X Plus is bringing back the old characters and putting some of that stuff into it.
Well, even like the Pirates of the Caribbean or the pirate models where they got the skeleton finding the treasure chest and stuff like that. A lot of those had glow in the dark parts too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also another differences between them is this one's darker and that one's lighter. Of the orange paints, but they're still both accurate because there are multiple shades of orange on them between all like 300 odd cars they used.
4. It was about 400.
Yeah, they destroyed a lot of cars.
As a matter of fact, wasn't there a time where they ran out of cars that they had to make? I can't remember what car it was that they made look like the General Lee.
Yeah, all they were doing was making them so they could do the stunts.
Yeah.
And yank them over, ravines and stuff. So it didn't matter what it was. It was a quick shot that they were doing to make it look like the car.
Well, it was around that time when people realized that if they took the Volkswagen chassis, all they needed was the body, didn't need all the understructure, and all they needed to do was get it to move, and then they would sound overlay to get rid of the Volkswagen motor sound.
Well, they also, when they pulled those cars, they took the engines out of them too, so they were light.
Right, yeah, they were all set up individually for whatever the stunt may be, pulled on a cable or whatever.
Or like that one where they jumped like through a tree and took out a big branch.
Right.
There's also one they rolled the General Lee too. Like I think one was like got ran off the road. The other one I think Bo purposely rolled the General Lee. So I guess think like Luke were like got hurt something and then attacking like bad guys or something.
Well, they've had them blasting through the wall of a barn and through the covered bridge and all kinds of stuff. And each car had to have its own roll bar system and bash bars and safety things to some extent.
The episode of Boss Hogg's twin brother Abraham Lincoln Hogg, where they jumped generally through a building. Like it was like a brick building, jumped right into where Boss Hogg was trying to I guess like sign over Abraham Lincoln stuff or whatever.
He was trying to skirt the law.
Like they you know it was fake, but you know it was of course TV.
No way.
They,
It's about as real as WWF, Jonathan.
Yeah.
yeah, well, where they started off, it came off like a little car hauler, and then it showed like a camera like swishing a little bit in the air and all that. And then next thing you know, you see General Lee at a wall and going through. Like, yeah, that was probably like maybe one of the most fake
Yeah,
jumps.
if you look real close in some of the jump scenes, you can actually see the cables.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the dummy driving it. You can see all kinds
Yeah,
of things.
yeah.
I think the big
And usually, you got to do this in your video as well, Jonathan, because it's a staple of the show. You got to have it moving and then pause, right? And then they go to a commercial, and then they come back and unpause it and carry on. You know, do the little narrate over it.
then for I think the world's like longest jump from like dirt to dirt where they jump the river, and then you see the camera on the side of the car.
Right.
The reflection, yeah.
Yeah, and then you see the camera shot where the journalist there. I wonder how they got that shot.
Or like in the opening line or the opening credits part where he jumps in the town, and when he lands, you can see it buckles the shit out of the nose, but the next shot is all nice. You know, you
Yeah,
can
it's
see
like
that
not
thing
a
is
spot on
banana.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell that thing's banana. You know.
Yeah, but when I was a kid and I saw that, I was sold. I was glued to the TV, buddy. That was a shot.
Yeah,
That was,
none of it mattered if it was real, fake, or superimposed, or
Yeah, because it
cutscene,
was
or none of
fun.
it.
Maybe the General Lee is actually secretly a transformer.
Well, it transformed to legit driving car to crash to legit driving car to crash to legit driving car.
There's also that episode. Well, it was a Carnival of Thrills. Bo did
Mud's
like
is back.
jump, and it like switched between like 4 different cars, like mid like jumping when it landed and all that.
Yeah, sometimes you can't get it all in one take, so you do like multiple takes, and then you take the best clip of each shot to fill the void to make the scene.
Yeah, but with 4 different cars.
Hey, that's what they said, man. About 400 cars they went through to make that episode.
And it wasn't
TV
even
show.
like it wasn't even a General Lee. It was like I think like between like Furies and maybe a Dart or something. I don't know.
Older cars. The magic of TV. Use it in your editing.
Yeah, I'm going to end it soon. So I'm gonna make a video, and then tomorrow I'm gonna make the thumbnail shot, which I'm gonna have the General Lee look like it's actually doing a jump.
Nice.
Because I want to probably go in the middle of a woods, clear out a spot, get some dirt, make a little small jump, have my dad have fishing string going through like underneath the roof and holding up the jump in the air, and then I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna take the picture, and I'm gonna take some like cotton maybe and roll the dirt, make it look like it's dust coming off of the General Lee
Yep.
when it's jumping.
Spray it with some tan.
I thought about that too.
Little tan, little brown.
I'll see. I'm gonna see what works first. I'm gonna try the dirt first, and if it don't look,
Or you could do the have your dad have a handful of dirt that's kind of dust, not rocks in it, and then have him go alongside the car and throw it behind the car and get out of the shot instantly and take the shot with that actual dust floating, you know.
Yeah, but then at the same time, I don't want to take a risk getting dust all on it.
Well, he wouldn't be releasing the dust until past the car or at the tail of the car is when he'd be releasing it. And as his hand is going out of the shot, that's when you click it.
But then too, at the same time, go do that. Be our luck. It'd be a gust of wind, and it'll get dust all over the car.
Well, he doesn't even have to be anywhere within feet of the car. You just need the dust to be within the shot. You know,
We'll figure something out. Yeah, I think I'm going to end it I'm gonna end the stream now. 5 hours and 15 minutes.
I'll give you a tip there, Jonathan. Grab a notebook and write down all the things that you want to see in the video so that you have kind of a script of knowing what you want to open with, how you want to go through it, and how you want to kind of end the video and what you want to showcase in it. Do a little prep work for the video so you know what you're doing. It'll make it a whole lot smoother throughout the process.
Yeah.
A lot less squirreling.
So most of my videos, I just go with the flow because I got everything recorded, like just like the video, except my like final. I got to record my video of this.
You were breaking up in and out that whole time you talk.
I hate that so much. Welcome to West Virginia. No matter if you're on Wi-Fi or self-service, it still sucks.
Right. But anyway, thanks for hosting and letting us hang out and chit-chat the model shit.
Welcome. Probably next live I'll do, I might be starting on my Pro Mod Apollo that I have, I think, almost everything parts for, so I can start building it.
Cool.
All right. Hey, if you need any laser sound effects, I'll let you use Andrew's laser sound effects.
Dude, have pew pew in my that would be the shit.
Oh.
Does that offer extend to me? Because I could use that.
Yeah. You guys can have a little Star Wars shootout.
Thanks, right, man.
You know that U-wing fighter that he built actually has a little sound box where he presses the button and it lights up and you have laser sounds.
Awesome.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
all right,
later, Mercy.
But
y'all have a good night.
There is one thing I've not decided yet on my Pro Mod Apollo. I've not decided what color I'm going to paint
it. Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've not decided on.
With 64 colors in a crayon box, I could never decide either.
It's definitely not being black because I've already done 2 67 Impalas in black. One 4-door and one 2-door.
Well, through process of elimination, you've gotten that far.
I just don't know what I thought about, like a purple, but go like maybe like a gloss purple or something, like a kind of like maybe a deep purple or something like that.
The deep purple would be cool.
Like roughly what's on the box art, roughly kind of purple, maybe a little darker. I don't know.
Have to see where you get to when you get that far. Let it speak to you.
Kevin. I see it. Let me pop it up again, and then I'm ending it.
Let it speak to you.
Well, that's what I do. You know, when you mock it up and you sit back and you look at it. Do I want red, blue, green, yellow, orange? You know?
Yeah.
I was doing the radio antenna.
I think that turned out pretty dang good right there. It's a pretty nice scratch build.
Mm-hmm.
Lost sheep to shepherd, lost sheep to shepherd.
Yeah, that's right.
Lost sheep to Bo Peep, lost sheep to Bo Peep. Or lost sheep to Crazy Cooter.
Yeah.
Crazy Cooter coming after. I might be crazy, but I ain't done. Crazy Cooter. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. For all the who hopped in, please like, comment, and subscribe, and share, and all that.
Yeah, click those YouTube buttons.
Yeah.
Don't hurt you. Doesn't take anything.
We will see you guys in the next one. I'm not sure when I have the build video uploaded. It might be like Monday or something. Because tomorrow I'm probably cutting grass all day.
I'm sure most of us will see it when it comes out. But anyway, guys, till next time, Lewis, John, Boston, and Kevin, and anybody else hanging out. We'll see y'all next time.
Yep. And remember, the way to make a family isn't family friendly until we meet again.
Yeah, that too.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, Jonathan, just give me about a week or so, and I'll put that stuff together for you, buddy.
All right, just whatever you send it. I'm not in a hurry to get it. Just whenever,
Yeah. No,
because I'm
I've been looking forward to it, and I've been trying to get your address, but I'm not too big on electronics. But anyways, I got it now, so I'll get it to you.
all right.
All right.
All right.
And I like to see what you do with it.
All right. Cool.
All right. Good night, buddy. Thanks a lot.
All right. You too.
Bye.
Bye.